Can I welcome members, officers and the public, of whom we have some in the gallery, and to those watching on the webcast to today's London Assembly Plenary meeting. The London Assembly is the voice of London, composed of 25 members elected at the same time as the Mayor in order to hold him to account and scrutinise his policies. This is a plenary meeting of the Assembly, which means that all members are invited to attend. Members are also reminded that any electronic devices should be not be placed in front of microphones, which must be turned on to speak, and please turn them off when finished. Can I now ask the Clerk, Rebecca Arnold, to confirm any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies this morning from Assembly members Fortune and Dr Sahota, the Chair.
Thank you. Please can I advise Assembly members, guests and those watching the meeting here in the chamber or via the webcast that we will be beginning the meeting by observing a minute's silence today in recognition of road traffic deaths in London over the last year. So if you are able, please could I ask that you now stand for a minute's silence. Thank you. Thank you for that. Can I now provide an update on some recent Assembly activity? Since the Mayor's question time and plenary meeting on the 17th of November, the Police and Crime Committee summons documents from the Mayor relating to the departure of the former Metropolitan Police Commissioner. The Budget and Performance Committee met to begin the process of scrutinising the Mayor's budget and wrote a letter to the Mayor with recommendations on how to improve the GLA budget setting process. The Police and Crime Committee issued a second summons for the Mayor to appear before them over the departure of the former Met Commissioner. The Planning and Regeneration Committee took a look at mayoral development corporations and how they work for Londoners. The Health Committee examined the progress and impact of the GLA Group Public Health Unit. The Fire, Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee examined London's preparedness for potential risks in the city this winter. And as part of its investigation into the green transition, members of the Environment Committee held a roundtable meeting at Silo in Hackney, the world's first zero-waste restaurant. The Police and Crime Committee held the first of two meetings on counter-terrorism and radicalisation in London. And finally, the Economy Committee discussed the incentives, risks and barriers around more sustainable freight, including cargo bikes. Can I ask the Assembly to note the recommendations set out at item 2? And can I ask the Assembly members to declare any other disclosable pecuniary interests or other relevant interests where they relate to the items on the agenda for today's meeting? There being none, we now move on to today's principal business, a question and answer session on policing and crime in London. Joining us here in the chamber, we have Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, and Sir Mark Rowley, QPM, Commissioner of Police of the Metropolis. I'd like to welcome you to the meeting. There will be a lead-off question from me as the Chair to the Mayor and Commissioner. Assembly members may then put supplementary questions to both guests. Please could I ask Assembly members to specify who they would like an answer from when they put their question. And guests, I'd be very grateful for succinct answers, please, so that we can get through all of the questions that we have for you, of which there will probably be very, very many. The lead-off question is from me. What are the biggest challenges with regards to policing in London, and how are you and the Metropolitan Police Service delivering for Londoners? To Mr Mayor and then to the Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. My top priority as Mayor is to keep Londoners safe, and I'll continue to work with the Met Police Service to achieve this. My police and crime plan outlines my key priorities for policing and community safety over the next 3 years. These are reducing violence in all its forms, including violence against women and girls, increasing trust and confidence, improving the service provided to victims of crime, and protecting Londoners from criminal exploitation and harm. Met police officers play a vital role in keeping London safe for everyone, and they've worked incredibly hard to bring violence down in our city. Record investment from City Hall and the Met Police Service and London's Violence Reduction Unit has meant violence in the capital has reduced since 2016 with, for example, knife crime, gun crime, burglary all falling, bucking the national trend. This massive City Hall investment has been crucial against a backdrop of a decade of underfunding from central government. I've always said you can't keep people safe on the cheap, and the government needs to once and for all provide the £159 million funding shortfall the Home Office has itself agreed the Met Police Service needs. This is all the more important because of the scale and complexity of the task the Met now faces. Keeping a major global city safe is complex and challenging, from policing global events and cracking down on organised criminal gangs to tackling crime in our local communities. Met officers do an incredible job, often in extremely difficult circumstances. The concerns Londoners and I share about deep cultural issues within the Met Police Service have been confirmed by numerous reviews, including the shocking IOPC Operation Hot on Learning report, which exposed overt evidence of racism, sexism, homophobia, bullying, discrimination and misogyny amongst police officers serving at Charing Cross Police Station. The IOPC concluded that these issues were not isolated or historic, and we've seen many other equally disturbing incidents and reports. The independent panel inquiry into the murder of Daniel Morgan, the dreadful murder of Sarah Everard by a serving police officer, the horrifying actions of the police officers responding to the murder of Nicole Smallman and Bieber Henry, the awful case of Charles Q, Dame Louise Case's interim findings outlining systemic racial disparity in the Met Police Service misconduct system, to name a few. The decision by His Majesty's Inspectorate to move the MPS into the engaged process also showed that there are operational issues that need to be urgently addressed. It's important, not only for Londoners but for the thousands of good police officers and Met staff in London, that the MPS can win back the trust of the people it serves and the communities who feel they've been let down. The Met Police Service can only do this by reforming, and that's why it's important we now have a reforming Commissioner in Sir Mark Rowley. My Deputy Mayor for Police and I are in constant dialogue with the Commissioner to support him in making progress on both operational issues and cultural reform. I attend the HMI Policing Performance Oversight Group alongside the Commissioner to ensure we're demonstrating our leadership and commitment to transforming the Met Police Service. Chair, I'm committed to supporting the MPS whilst also challenging them to improve, holding them to account and ensuring that Londoners receive the police service they deserve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I set out my initiative before.
Oh, sorry. Was it on? It's still not on, I don't think. It's getting a red light.
Yes, okay.
It's obviously used to a blue light and not a red one.
Get closer.
Okay.
None of that.
Oh, hand him that one. Thanks, Assembly Member Polanski. There we go.
Should we try again?
Perfect. Perfect.
Set me up with dodgy equipment.
It's the old interview technique.
Absolutely, that's it. Oh dear, that's it. You need to work out which is good cop and which is bad cop then.
Not too difficult to work that one out.
There's a big job of reform to be done, and I've set out my mission as more trust, less crime and high standards. That's what I'm going to deliver for Londoners with my team. The British model is about policing by consent, and consent is critical to policing in a democracy. That's our tradition. It's dented by the events that have taken place, and we can see that the scale of that dent in figures on trust and confidence and satisfaction. It's dented, but it's not broken, and we can turn it round. I'm confident we will succeed because I have tens of thousands of dedicated men and women who do amazing things day in and day out. I was looking at some data today. 95 of them were assaulted protecting Londoners just in the last week, just as an example of what's going on day in and day out. But I also have hundreds of people in the organisation letting us down, and we haven't been vigorous and clear enough in our leadership and culture to reduce that problem to an irreducible minimum, and we will do. I want to deliver precise community crime fighting. So community crime fighting being about we fight crime with communities, we don't do it to communities. Trust will only get built through policing being a joint mission with communities and partners, not by police imposing tactics on communities. And precision is critical because even if the Mayor and the Home Secretary were to double our budgets overnight, we would still have to focus our effort. And focus comes through precision, comes through data, comes through intelligence. Over my first 100 days, what we've been trying to do is to start to change course and illustrate some different things are possible. Sort of success and reform takes a lot longer than that, but you have to start the journey somewhere. So we're looking at how we build the strongest ever neighbourhood policing, how we fix some of the basics of policing that are highlighted in the engage process, whether that's about our service to victims, our response to burglaries, many sort of basic operational issues we need to be stronger on. In terms of our people, there's two sides to that. There's the setting up our majority of people to succeed. There are too many ways they're not set up properly with the right equipment and the right tools. And, for example, we've been rolling out mobile phones for everyone, which is long overdue. Trying to sort out some of the policy issues. You'll have heard me talk about the blurred and bureaucratic mission I think policing now suffers from. We've got a lot we legitimately need to do. We can't cope with the blurring of that mission on top of it. So ending up picking up the work of other agencies such as mental health work or working in a sort of system that has over a couple of decades become more bureaucratic than is sensible. So setting up the good officers to succeed is critical, as is taking on those who have undermined the trust of the public through their corrupting behaviour. They have corrupted our integrity with racism, misogyny and other toxic conduct, and we're going after them. And you'll have seen over the last few days a public appeal on that front. We did a internal appeal not long before it, and that's already generated tens of cases for us to follow up on, which is very, very welcome. Underneath all of this new approach to policing, improving our use of data and technology. I'm committed to the green agenda myself, as you can see. Data and technology to better improve how we set up the organisation to be as focused and effective as possible. Some of the things we've done in the first 100 days, we've made a lot of progress reshaping the top leadership team and coming up with a leaner top leadership structure, which will come to fruition over the next couple of months. And we've had some operational results. We've done a sort of back to basics Operation Tenacity, which has been about trying to clear some of the decks in terms of wanted offenders and dangerous offenders out there, where we've arrested 1,700 people. And likewise over autumn nights we've had significant impact, and trying to clear up some of the basics and operational backlogs. So our sexual abuse referrals, so these are the national coordination done by National Crime Agency, which identifies people online engaged in sexual exploitation or trading of paedophile images. Our backlog was 1,323 of those cases. It's down to 149. So we're making a lot of progress on just getting some of the basics sorted. Much of this reform is in our hands, and I know that I and my team can make a lot of progress. But there is some help we need from others. Issues such as improvements to police regulations, you'll have heard me talk about that the Home Secretary is looking at. issues that affect London, getting the right response to the right people around issues such as mental health and social welfare issues where the police aren't the specialists or the best resources, and tackling some of the bureaucracies we face. And finances remains an issue. I mean, our money comes about 2 to 1 from Home Office and City Hall. And the product of the last decade, you might have seen an article I wrote in Telegraph. If we go back to 2010-11 and compare ourselves in real terms to then, per head of population in London, so taking account of both inflation and the growth of London, to get back to the same amount, you would have to uplift our budget by 27% or £878 million. It's interesting for me that Louise Casey comments in a report that that there are some of the underpinnings and foundations that sits behind the front line which aren't as strong as they need to be, and I agree on that. So we're looking at what that will take budget-wise. It is clear that there are some better ways we can use our money. I'm not going to claim that we don't have the best efficiency plan at the moment. There's some things that we must do differently, and we're looking at what we can do, but we're also discussing with the Mayor and with the Home Office what else would help us reform with the speed and impact that we would like.
I did it myself. Thank you very much. We now move on to lead-off questions. Each group is allocated an amount of time proportional to their size, but first of all, each group will be having a lead-off question. So that first supplementary question is from Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Mr. Mayor, good morning, Commissioner. So my question is for the Commissioner. In October, when you first appeared in front of the Police and Crime Committee, we spoke about diversion as opposed to criminalisation for the possession of cannabis. And one of the things you said you did in your time in Surrey back in 2011 was, and I quote, to be one of the driving forces nationally in building a different approach with out-of-court disposals. And you described how that eventually became community resolutions. So it's clear that you see the benefits of diversion for people who are stopped with cannabis. Now, I understand the Met needs to implement an out-of-court disposal framework by April 2023, which is just 4 months away. So what stage has the Met reached with preparations for implementing a framework for out-of-court disposals? And can you tell me what benefits you anticipate?
I'll get the hang of it eventually. So this is very, very timely. I think nationally people are working hard to get to this new date for out-of-court disposal, the new regime that government has legislated for. Whether that ends up being the final start date or whether it moves, I'm not sure. We have an advanced business case. The challenge is that previously out-of-court disposals were it wasn't always required to have the strongest sort of intervention as the alternative. Some of them were done quite informally. The new legislation requires quite a high level of formal intervention from various providers. And so we've been looking at how that is coordinated and provided for. And there are two challenges there. One is the coordination of that. So if you say, well, you're not going to be prosecuted as long as, there's some coordination and follow-up to make sure that is followed through. There's also the commissioning of those organisations that deliver the as long as intervention, which may be it may be to do with drugs, it may be to do with restorative justice. There's a whole range of things, or it may be to some sort of training or education thing, and that is quite a costly framework. And we've been discussing with MOPAC the commissioning of those services, and that sort of conversation is going on across the country. So I'm keen on doing this. The current legislation raises the cost and complexity of out-of-court disposals quite significantly, and that's what we're wrestling with.
Thank you. Now, yesterday, the Centre for Justice Innovation launched a briefing on best practice for pre-court disposals for possession of drugs, and they recommend that the police do not use existing statutory out-of-court disposal, nor either of the two new statutory out-of-court disposals. In their view, there's a problem with the requirement for admission of guilt and the criminal record consequences. So just to be clear, with the community diversion that you're planning for London, will it be referring people to local drug support services without a formal admission of guilt? And will you record these cases as community resolution or no further action?
I can't answer that question in detail. We can write to you afterwards.
Thank you. I'd very much appreciate that. Just to follow up just a bit further on that, are you confident that you're going to be able to make it different for the people who are stopped? At the moment, if the Met has a Section 60 in place for weapons, you'll probably also pull in lots of people on cannabis possession. So what's going to change with out-of-court disposals for the people who are stopped and searched? So,
in terms of disposal, there are already out-of-court disposals, I think, for a lot of the cannabis stops. I think what changes with the new arrangements as and when they arrive is more formal intervention to follow, as I was saying earlier. That's the key point. Rather than it just being a warning, I think there has to be formal follow-up.
Okay, thank you. Now, last week at Health Committee, the MOPAC Director of Commissioning and Partnership told me about a new London Drugs Forum, which is jointly chaired by the Deputy Mayor for Police and Crime and the Mayoral Health Advisor. So I welcome this as a way to bring together all the relevant people to be looking at drug-related harm in that sort of big picture way. So you've got the boroughs, MOPAC, the public health teams all on board with you. Do you think it'll be a challenge to get all the frontline officers to buy into the benefits of diversion when they're used to an enforcement approach?
I don't think that change in policy will be a problem for frontline officers, as long as that is practical. And that's one of the points I was making earlier. If there has to be a follow through on every case in terms of has this person done what was required, I think expecting every officer in the Met to keep a tag on offenders, we effectively become an offender management service, and that's a concern for me, which is one of the things we're looking at in the arrangements. How do we manage that? As I say, the new legislative requirements have lifted the specification and cost of doing out-of-court disposals, and that's what we're working through with City Hall. But I mean, out-of-court disposals, in my mind, are more important than ever. The backlogs in the criminal justice system in London are eye-watering and are causing major problems. And so any case that can be dealt with effectively without adding to that throughput through the justice system, it must be a sensible thing to do.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, very briefly, it's good to see your London Drug Commission website is published along with the list of commissioners. I've been nudging you about that for a while. There's a tantalising message on the page about a consultation. Can you tell me briefly when that's going to begin?
I think the word used by the civil servants is shortly.
Thank you very much. I'll look forward to that. Okay, so I now want to talk about strip search and disproportionality. And again, my question is for the Commissioner. I recently got an answer to a Mayor's question about strip search in Met custody suites that shows that since 2017-18, 1 in 5, 20% of people who go into a custody suite are strip searched. To me, this seems like a very high number for what is one of the most intrusive powers that the police have. Would you agree with that?
I'm not sure about that data point now. As a result of the Child Q case, there's been a big piece of review work in terms of the amount of strip searching going on, and those numbers have pretty much halved, both for adults and for children data. And I can't drag them to the front of my mind, but they have reduced very, very significantly.
Okay. Now, the data also showed me that black people are being strip searched more than anyone else. A quarter of all the black people who entered custody suites in those 5 years to March 2022 were strip searched. That was almost 50,000 strip searches, whereas it was only 17% of white people. So this seems like another area where there has been and potentially still is a disproportionality problem. So what are you doing to address the continuing disproportionality in the use of strip search?
So I think there are risks with plucking one number out of the air and not looking at a sort of proper analysis. Our insight unit had done some analysis, and the disproportionality, when you look at the offences people are arrested for and the circumstances, I think a large part, if not all, the disproportionality goes away. So I think we need to look at the context that these things take place in, not simply pick headline numbers.
No, I totally get your point about the problems with pulling these big numbers out, but it is impacting on trust and confidence amongst Londoners. I was talking to young people at London Youth last night. The only young people in the room who knew someone who had been stopped and searched were young black people. So it is a problem, and it does relate to trust and confidence. So I think it is important that we look into this. The other thing that the data showed was that there are big variations in the use of strip search between different custody suites. For example, a third of all people who entered the custody suite in Shoreditch are strip searched, whereas in places like Heathrow and Colindale, it's about 12%. So having this level of disparity in the possibility of experiencing one of the most intrusive powers that the police have based on where you happen to be in London feels like it's a problem. Are you focusing your efforts on reducing the use of strip search in those suites where it is used far more often?
So one of the reasons we've seen a reduction is looking across the Met and improving practice everywhere. I think your point about trust is important, but I think there's also something about how we look at the crime problems that policing is wrestling with. I've been really clear that we have some officers in the service who are racist, who we need to sort out, and we don't get everything right. I've been really candid about that. But I think it would be helpful if, in the conversations we have in fora like this, we also look at how crime falls very unevenly on London. I very rarely get questions publicly about why is it that young black men are 12 times more likely to be murdered in London over the last decade than young white men. So we're always focusing on the police use of powers, and I'm absolutely clear we haven't always got that right, so I'm not trying to be defensive about it. But if we're to tackle the fact that black communities have the lowest trust but also the highest victimisation, we need to be prepared to talk about these issues in the round. And I'm sort of asking you to think about whether we can have that more rounded conversation where we think about that victimisation. It really strikes me that during COVID, we got really exercised as a country when there were some signs of disproportionality of 2- or 3-fold for some groups in terms of impact of COVID. Here we are, a decade of data that says 12 times more likely if you're a young black man, and we almost never talk about it. Why is that?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a conversation we need to continue to have. My final question is about the use of strip search on children. Now, over the past 5 years, 8,000 or 7,935 young people have been strip searched in custody. Now, I spoke with Hackney Account a couple of months ago, and they told me about accompanying a sibling to a police station and how violated and vulnerable their sibling felt after being strip searched. And this is at the hands of the adults that are supposed to be protecting these young people. So given that children are traumatised by strip search, even when safeguards are in place and even when protocol is followed, will you end the use of strip search on children?
So again, you're asking a question which is one part of the picture. I've been really clear, we overused and misused strip search on children, and we're tackling that, and that's why it's reduced. But in the last year, we've had over 500 children stabbed in London, mostly by the children. We've had, I think, 11, on average, we've had 11 die. You know that we're investigating a case at the moment where 2, I think, 16-year-olds were murdered in Greenwich, and we've arrested several other children the same age. So there's something in the narrative which is saying, well, because they're children, you shouldn't be using any intrusive powers. Likewise, over the last year, we've arrested 1,300 children for drug supply. This is really difficult stuff. And of course, some of these children are victims and have been groomed. Some of them are dangerous offenders. Some have progressed from one area to the other. And if we're to have a proper, frank conversation about the police use of really sensitive powers on children who are ranged from being damaged to being dangerous, then we need to look at this in the round. So I'm not pretending we've always got it right, but I want in these sort of fora to have a proper serious conversation on the roundness of the issue, the challenging operational situation we face, and whether police are getting tactics right or wrong. I'm up for that, rather than just picking one part of the agenda.
Okay, that's absolutely fair enough, but we do need to think about the experience of young black people, possibly with autism, who are who just get into bad interactions with some police officers, and we do need to think about that disproportionality. So I'm glad we agree on that.
I completely agree. We haven't always got it right. We haven't as often as we could have done got appropriate adults present. There are things that we could have done better in the use of these tactics. I'm completely frank about that. But when people are hiding weapons and or drugs in intimate places, a more than cursory search is required, and that's the wicked problem that we're dealing with in terms of dealing with children who are sadly involved in such serious crime.
Thank you. I've got no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Next up is Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Commissioner, my question is to you. Trust and confidence in the police service in London is the key issue currently. How are you working to restore the trust of all Londoners? Now, I appreciate that you partially answered this question in response to the question from the Chair, but can you be more specific and give some examples, especially with regards to regaining the trust of black Londoners, LGBT Londoners, women Londoners?
So, looking in the round and then narrowing in response to your question, clearly one of the reasons I use the word reform is it's easy to focus in terms of what we're wrestling with today on some of the recent events of the last couple of years, and particular high-profile cases that have caused great concern. But the trust and confidence of Londoners in the policing of London has had a steady decline for 4 years across multiple data sets. So there's something more fundamental here. A key part of that for me is why I talked about the strongest ever neighbourhood policing. Despite recent investments and adding resources in, such as the town centre teams, we are not as strong in neighbourhood policing as we were a decade ago before austerity. We have a lot fewer PCSOs. Some of the stretches in our operational resource means the abstractions coming out of communities of those neighbourhood officers are higher than they ought to be, and I know you'll all pick that up in your local postbags and conversations. So getting back to a strong neighbourhood policing is, for me, the cornerstone of this. That's the first point. My intent is that will be both a serious uniform provision across all the wards of London, but with targeted greater presence in key areas where there's higher crime or lower trust. I don't think we should look at the data just from a higher crime perspective. We should look at it from a low trust perspective. That's the first point. The second point is then about how you do the policing, and it's about doing it with. It was the point I made earlier about community crime fighting has to be done with the public and with communities. So building those relationships. I was struck visiting Croydon and a community centre there and a meeting there, that some really powerful work that's gone on there, that it's hard to draw a direct causality, but Croydon suffered so many teenage murders in the period 12 to about from a year to 3 years ago roughly, and have made, I think, the strength of the community relations there and the work there is probably one of the factors that's led to that being reduced to almost zero over the last year. I think there's been just one more recently. So I think you see the product of police and communities working together, but it then goes into policing skills when you start looking at particular communities, how the necessary use of stop and search, how it's done matters enormously, and a lot of work has been done on that, but I think there's a lot more possible to really focus on how that interaction can be as positive as possible, despite it being intrusive. And again, I noted in Croydon and a couple of other places in London where there's a lot of work goes on in terms of how you train new officers with community members to understand the impact and think about how you deliver those sorts of skills. So it's about a systematic approach across the board, and it's about targeted interventions in ways like that. And also, I do know that I have to take on the corrupting minority in the organisation to be seen to be serious about these issues, because that concerns everybody. That's not success in itself, but it's a foundational issue, is our integrity, and that's what I'm tackling.
Okay. So, Commissioner, again, my supplementary question is to you. So, trust and confidence in policing is falling not just in London, but nationwide. On top of this, we have 6 police forces in special measures across the country. The Observer on Sunday revealed that half of English police forces failed to meet standards in crime investigations. Notwithstanding specific local issues, how to look at the big picture, Commissioner? What do you think is driving these problems in policing, and how can the police force of the future address this? Is it time for a Royal Commission on Policing, Commissioner? After all, the last one we had was in 1964, and needless to say, the country has changed dramatically since then.
So I'm not going to call for a Royal Commission, but I think there is a case for, beyond the Met, there's a case for reform in policing. The mission has grown very widely. So when I started in policing, we only worried about crime in the public space. Then sort of late 80s, 90s, society started to take seriously at last sort of crime that takes place in private, such as child abuse and domestic abuse, and policing did that. And we've come a long way in that crime, those sort of exploitative and predatory crimes that take place in private, but we've still got a long way to go. So there's more to do in that second area. But then the online area, where we're sort of only still learning really how to tackle crime there. We've had a massive operation recently with Operation Elaborate, our fraud operation, which hopefully we'll come back to. But there's a lot more to do in that space. So the mission's got wider, but then it's got more bureaucratic. We've been drawn into other people's work. So to cover that range of activity in a focused way is a big challenge. And you'll have heard me talk about, I think, policing technology. We are at risk of being sort of Woolworths policing in an Amazon age. Yeah. It's not that we're not getting better. The technology in policing now is better than it was a decade ago, sure, but it's not moving at the pace of the rest of the world. So there are some serious reform issues, whether it's about culture, whether it's about technology, that I think underpin this.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. The next to speak is Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. May I say, first of all, Sir Mark, thank you for your robust answers to Assembly Member Pigeon. There is no doubt that Russell, I beg your pardon, it's all these Carolines. There's no yes, you do. Politicians do mean well, but it is absolutely vital that we look at things in the round. I really applaud your robust answers. To be fair, Sir Steve Howes had started to row back, and I am pleased to see that you are saying what you are, because certainly figures on both sides of an argument need to be looked at. And so thank you for that. I was thrilled to hear that. Mr Mayor, to you, what's your view on the BCU model?
I think you've got some examples of really good practice in some of the BCUs. Sometimes there are challenges with the smaller boroughs in a BCU feeling they're not getting the support that they would like. I think what you'll see with Sir Mark's commitment to neighbourhood policing is a strengthening of the BCU models, because what residents want are the local bobbies back on the beat. And so we committed to the 2 dedicated ward officers, the 1 dedicated ward officer supported by 2 community support officers. What Sir Mark's talking about is expanding that. So the town centre teams of 650 officers, 500 have gone to the town centres, 150 have gone to become dedicated ward officers. And we all see with Sir Mark also is fewer abstractions of those neighbourhood police officers. I think once you start seeing more police officers in wards, you'll see the BCUs being more effective than they currently are. Frankly speaking, the ratio of police officers to Londoners was roughly speaking 4.1 to 100,000 10 years ago. Even with our investment, it's below 4, it's 3.8. And that's why Sir Mark's point about additional officers, more resources, is so important.
Thank you. Sir Mark, you know my views on BCUs. I don't think they work. Very, very many police officers don't think they work. You've said a lot today, and others have. Trust and confidence, it's absolutely vital. There isn't anybody around this table that disagrees with that. And I'm pleased that you're wanting to enhance neighbourhood policing. But it goes slightly bigger than that. Having been a council leader myself, I do know the value of having a borough commander and a command in a borough. And there's no doubt about that, because whereas it's very important for neighbourhood policing on a ward level, absolutely 100%, it's also important for council leaders, opposition leaders and chief executives to have somebody they can go to, somebody they know and somebody who's familiar, that they can get things done quickly. Now, the BCUs will put in with good intent, I've no doubt about that, but I absolutely do not think they work. And if we look at trust and confidence in the police in 2017 was high. And then it absolutely plummeted at the same time as the BCUs were brought in. Now, I do accept there might be some other reasons for that, but there's no doubt about it. We, certainly on the policing panel, were very, very concerned about them going in. Can I have your views on this?
So, we're not going to be reversing that change. If I was to go on a big major reorganisation now, it would get in the way of all the reforms that we need to do to improve the service to London. But I do agree that the implementation of the BCU model hasn't been without its problems, and we are looking at some of the refinements that we need to make to stabilise it and make it more effective. Part of that's about the sort of senior leadership structures locally and how they connect into the borough, into the perhaps 3 boroughs on a BCU. Part of it's about the community policing. So we're looking at different aspects of it in terms of how it works to address the symptoms that you're fairly identifying. But I'm not going to get into a big reorganisation. I've got more important things to do. And another point I would make is, whilst it might have been tidy from a political perspective, the old model, we had some of the smallest operational units in the country in London because we were so wedded to that structure. And actually, many of the boroughs were struggling to be operationally viable as a consequence of that. As you start to require more specialist skills, like, for example, in areas of public protection, we struggled with that. And that was why we centralised all of public protection. Actually, we're able to do those things more locally and better in partnership now. So it was right to move to a bigger structure. We could debate forever whether 12 was the right number, or it should have been 14 or 16 or 18 or whatever. But fundamentally, a reorganisation now would be disabling, and I should focus on fixing the symptoms that you're properly identifying. Okay,
so if you had a blank sheet, would you do this? Would you put in BCUs if you had a blank?
I'm not going into sort of theoretical questions like that. I'm going to play the ball where it lies, and this is where it is at the moment. That's what I'm going to deal with.
I accept that, but we had Lord Toby Harris in front of us yesterday. His report on counter-terrorism actually picks out the problems with BCUs and the fact that the intelligence on the ground is not picked up because of the way it's now structured. So I accept what you say, and I know you've got lots of problems, but one of your biggest problems is trust and confidence in the police, which we all want to change. And I humbly suggest that one of the real main problems there is the way it is structured. It just is not working. But I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I disagree.
Assembly Member Pigeon, please.
Lovely, thank you. Good morning, Mr Mayor, and good morning, Sir Mark. Baroness Casey's interim report found much wrong in the Met, and in particular systems and behaviours that are racist and sexist. I want to start with you, Sir Mark, because I put this to the Mayor the other week. The report gave an example of one borough team where 37% of female employees had experienced unwanted sexual advances or touching in the last 6 months. So what are you going to do to tackle this disgusting behaviour?
Yeah, it's absolutely awful, isn't it? What is clear is that the sort of racism, misogyny and other bad behaviour that we're seeing it's not everywhere, but it's widespread. So, and this is the challenge, is that I've had women officers, black officers, gay officers say to me, I don't recognise this at all. I've had a fantastic time in this organisation. I've been here 5 or 10 years. I've had no problems whatsoever. And I've had others, the same backgrounds, in the same role somewhere else, who say, this is exactly what I've had. I'm really angry. It hasn't been dealt with properly. So there's these pockets. There are widespread pockets rather than something that's pervasive and affects everybody. There are two big changes, I think, two headlines to look at. The first one is enforcement. I can be more robust very, very quickly. We've built an anti-corruption and abuse command. We've done appeals. We're frankly, we're suspending and restricting a lot more officers, putting different expectations. We're doing more drugs tests, more covert operations. We've got increasing number of cases. We're suspending more officers. We're prosecuting more officers. So we can make progress on that quickly. The harder lever is what you might call prevention or culture, which I'm not going to pretend I can create an action plan and in 3 months or 6 months fix all that. That's not realistic. A lot of this comes down to leadership, frankly. So that's why I've been so forthright in my views and in my determination to take this on. That's why I've been using the word corruption, because this is people who corrupt our integrity. I don't like the phrase bad behaviour because it sounds too understated for what we're dealing with here. You'll have heard me talk about wanting to invest more in leadership development and training, and that's one of the areas I want to spend more money on, because frankly we don't spend a lot on that.
Okay.
We train people with operational skills but not wider leadership skills.
Quite right. Thank you for that, and I'm really pleased to hear how robust you are on that. There are also clear concerns about homophobia in parts of the Met, but this isn't mentioned at all that I could see in the interim Casey report. And we've had clearly the Stephen Port case, which shone a terrible light on this. There is a significant loss of trust in the Met from the LGBT plus community. So, Mr Mayor, what discussions have you had with Baroness Casey to look at homophobia, transphobia and biphobia in the Met?
Well, firstly, the issues you raise aren't unique to the Met Police Service.
Yes.
And they're not unique to London. You've seen the report from Nazir Afzal into the Fire Brigade.
Yeah.
The difference is, in London, we're ahead of the game in identifying there's a problem, shining a spotlight on it and having reforming commissioners. And so you just have to read the Sunday papers to see what's happening across the country. In relation to Dame Louise Casey's report, it's into standards and culture. And in fact, you've read the Houghton learning report about homophobia. And so what Dame Louise Casey has done at the Commissioner's request to do an interim report focusing on misconduct, but her final report will be dealing with some of the issues you raised, and we're making recommendations for Sir Mark and I to act upon. I think you'd be the first rightly to criticise me and Sir Mark if we preempted Dame Louise Casey's report, and what Sir Mark and I are looking for is Dame Louise Casey's fresh set of eyes to give us a set of recommendations that we can then carry out, and that will bring with us, we hope, not just police officers, police staff, but the LGBTQ plus community. And you'll also be aware, by the way, that I asked the HMI to look into what the Port murders have taught us, and also asked the IPC to relook at the original investigation they did.
Yeah, so good. So it will be picked up. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and on record. IAGs and community forums are key to improving the Met's relationship with London's diverse communities. The LGBT Independent Advisory Group has stressed there's evidence of significant underreporting of hate crimes, and they're really encouraging victims to report. So, Mark, what are you going to do to support their work in getting people to come forward?
We're constantly working with our IAGs and trying to find new ways to encourage reporting of all types of hate crime, because, as you say, they do tend to be underreported for a whole range of historic and very obvious reasons. And we're really grateful for the encouragement and support they're giving us.
Okay, so you're just amplifying their work there. Let's look at, you've got borough IAGs, so each borough has one, and I'm aware there are 7 different community IAGs the Met works with, and then a number of forums. And these represent different communities. They're all set up with different terms of reference and membership. Some of the membership probably could do with a bit of a refresh, if I'm honest, and we discussed that yesterday with Lord Harris. Mr Mayor, what are you doing to ensure all communities have the right channel and access to ensure that two-way flow of information and advice, which will ultimately increase confidence in the Met?
One of the pieces of work that we did with the action plan is to ask communities, ordinary Londoners, rather than those who sit on SNBs, IAGs or CMGs, what they knew about interactions with the police, and actually the awareness of community monitoring groups, independent advisory groups, safer neighbourhood boards is very limited amongst ordinary Londoners. Park for a second your very important point about the LGBTQ plus community, Black, Asian, minority ethnic Londoners and so forth. So one of the things we're hoping will come out of the work we're doing with the action plan is some recommendations about how we can better engage with communities. You and I both know it tends to be the usual suspects, really good, well-intentioned citizens, really good, decent people, but it's a small pool. Question, how do we widen the number of Londoners who are engaged in policing? So Mark's point about policing by consent, if it's going to be meaningful, you've got to engage a different pool. And it's those pools that are underserved that often have less trust and confidence that I think we could address both those issues, trust and confidence, better engagement with the police, if we got them involved in these ways of engaging. And so I don't want to say what the recommendations are going to be, but there could well be some sort of different way of engaging with Londoners who the police are desperate to do, by the way. It's not a lack of appetite on the side of the police or a lack of appetite on the side of citizens. It's how we can have a mechanism that works.
Thank you. I mean, the Community Security Trust recorded 1,254 anti-Semitic hate crimes in London last year, an increase of 33% on the previous year. And at the same time, the Jewish community does not have its own independent advisory group. They have a community forum, and many of them feel quite strongly that this isn't good enough. So I'm wondering, as part of this work you've talked about, as part of your new drive, Sir Mark, will you both agree to look to set up an independent advisory group for the Jewish community to ensure that the community can really advise when incidents occur, to ensure the right level of response to incidents, unlike we saw with the Oxford Street bus incident back in November 2021?
We're very connected to the Community Security Trust. In fact, I was meeting with their leaders only a couple of weeks ago. In the same way as the Mayor talks about reviewing engagement structures, we're doing the same and looking at IAGs and how that's arranged. I'm not going to guess what that's going to produce in terms of recommendations, but in terms of the structures, what we do locally, what we do pan-London, how we have membership that is challenging and fully representative, I think is really important. As you say, sort of some of those groups perhaps need a bit of a refresh. London has changed. People on the groups get older. Sort of making sure you've got the right range is really important.
Yeah. So when can we expect to see some output from this review you're carrying out? Because it's really important. This is raised with us.
I haven't got the date with me. It's a small number of months. It's not going to take forever.
Okay. And will that tie in with the work the Mayor is doing?
Yeah, my team and the City and the MOPAC team are talking together.
Great. Look forward to seeing that. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. I'd now like to call Assembly Member Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. Mr Mayor, as you know, the City Hall strategy about violence against women and girls has been published this year. Could you tell us what the challenges and the successes have been to date?
Thanks. We've refreshed the violence against women and girls strategy and there have been quite a few successes, encouraging more women and girls to report incidents where they are the victims of crime, even if they feel nothing will happen, or if they think it's not a crime, we're encouraging women and girls to report it. We've managed to get more than 100 nighttime venues, clubs, bars sign up to the Women's Safety Charter. The UN has now accredited the Women's Safety Charter as a recognition of best practice, and that's really important. More and more venues have signed up to the Ask for Angela work we're doing, which is incredibly important. We're supporting more women's groups and survivors groups, but also tackling perpetrators. It can't be up to women to change the way they behave, or girls. And the Have a Word campaign has been rolled out to schools with the toolkit, backed up by some finance, to make sure boys talk not just about healthy relationships, but how to deal with when one of their mates is acting inappropriately, or they themselves are. There are some big challenges. Funding or lack of is a big challenge. The Chair mentioned at the last Mayor's question time the waiting list of one of the groups that, for example, helps the victims of domestic abuse, domestic violence and rape. They had to close their books because they simply couldn't look after the people who were approaching them. We're also concerned about the court backlogs. So Mark referred to some of the challenges in relation to police, and one of the things we've not mentioned yet is the impact of the backlog. So the police will arrest somebody, they'll charge somebody, that person, the victim, is waiting sometimes 2, 3, 4 years for a trial to happen. The backlog in the Crown Court is more than 16,000 cases currently awaiting trial. In the magistrates' courts, it's more than 70,000. You think of the impact on victims, attrition and so forth, seeing somebody who you think is responsible for that crime out and about, going about their business because they're on bail or whatever, because the trial's not happened. That's a big issue in relation to, in particular, violence against women and girls.
Thank you, and you've segued beautifully onto my next question. So the detection rate for rape in England and Wales to date this year, today, 1st of December, is 1.3%. Is this because of the cuts and lack of funding to the Crown Prosecution Service? Commissioner, would you like to answer that first?
There was a big reduction in the number of rapes being prosecuted and detected and prosecuted nationally around 2018. A massive reduction. There were some changes in the law for some court cases and some other issues that all came together. I've never seen anything drop off at that pace, where within a year a system which had been detecting, I think, sort of 15+% drops by over half. The Met detection rate is going up quite rapidly. We're in the sort of top half nationally. Last data I saw, I think it was sort of 6 or 7%, which is still low, but it shows it's a national challenge that if that number is in the top half, if you want the exact details, we can get the exact number afterwards. I think your number possibly comes from taking the data that estimates the total amount of cases, including those that aren't reported to the police. The national figure is higher than 1%, but it's still not good enough. And we're doing everything we can do to support it. I do think the speed of the justice system is really critical in this, because I think for any victim of crime, having the process handing over you is disturbing. But if you're a victim of something so intrusive and ghastly as a serious sexual offence, then not being able to get that behind you quickly is a real challenge. And we saw, frankly, some of the cases during the barristers' strike that were already about to go to trial 18 months or so after the incident were then put off another 18 months to the next trial date. So what we're expecting of victims to carry for that period of time, I think, is appalling.
Thank you very much. And having worked for the Crown Prosecution Service myself, I know that when I went in 2008, 25% was meant to be cut off the budget there, and that had an appalling effect on the cases that were going through court, which were often failing because of the lack of process, because of cuts to the Crown Prosecution Service. I'm afraid I've run out of time, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Sir Mark.
Good morning.
Trust and confidence in the police and the black community is at an all-time low, and we can all agree that disproportionality is a big part of that. But the disproportionality actually is the rate at which our children get murdered, and the amount of black children and people who are involved as both perpetrator and victim of crime. So what plan do the police have to take some of these weapons off the streets? I'll address that to Sir Mark first.
So at the moment we have, I think, a pretty good policing plan that gets weapons off the streets in terms of, so for example, stop and search. So the last couple of months' data I saw, we were taking over 400 weapons a month from stop and search. We're regularly seizing firearms in more sophisticated operations. So there's a lot of work going on through that. But those tactics aren't always welcome in black communities. So some of that, I think, is about how we do them, where we do it in a way which doesn't leave people feeling sort of enhanced trust and confidence in the police. So I think there are some challenges there. The the thing I'm grasping at the moment, and there's some meetings I've had in different communities, is how we change the conversation with those communities who are suffering the highest crime, where, say, I'm prepared to accept that we're not getting everything right by a long way, and I've been very frank about that. I need to find a different way for police and black communities to work together to tackle this, because the trust issue is so important, but the victimisation data, particularly for sort of black boys and young black men, is, as I said earlier, is ghastly. And if we don't find a way to have a more constructive relationship, which I bear a lot of the responsibility for, then we're not going to succeed. And that's what really concerns me, that the success of saving lives depends on the change in relationship.
Thank you. I address this next question to the Mayor. Given that Sir Mark talked about stop and search and doing it better, and there's training going on for the police, what are the VRU doing to support communities? Because they're the other half of stop and search. So I spent a very long time as a youth worker, and one of the most powerful pieces of work done by myself and other youth workers were to talk to young people about their rights in stop and search, how to react to a stop and search. So are the VRU doing any of this kind of work?
So firstly, we can't just leave it to the police to reduce violent crime and to address the issues of disproportionality. The police have a really important role in enforcement, but it's the prevention side of the equation that's incredibly important, and that's one of the roles of the violence reduction unit. And so if we assume for a second that Sir Mark and his officers are being tough on crime, there's the tough on the causes of crime. That's incredibly important as well. And without excusing criminality, there are lots of complex causes of crime: deprivation, poverty, alienation, lack of opportunities, before you even get to a stop and search from a police officer. So some of the work of the VRU is to give young people a mentor. Many young boys in London haven't got a male mentor. It's to work with those children in danger of being excluded from school, to stop them being excluded. If you go to visit, you'll know this, Sean, but others may not. If you go to a young offenders institution and ask how many of you have been in care, 9 out of 10 hands go up, people have been in care. How many of you have been excluded? 60% of hands go up. So if we can stop that happening, being excluded, or support those children in care, that's a victory, because they will become law-abiding citizens, get a job, pay taxes, so forth, and not get involved in crime. The other big issue for the VRU is to support parents who, without in any way wishing to criticise parents, sometimes they can find it really challenging. Can we support them in relation to the role they have? After-school clubs are important. If you ask Sir Mark, what time of day are the largest numbers of stabbings or robberies? They're between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. Right? Can we keep kids busy doing constructive stuff between those times? At the same time, get them to meet police officers so they're not seen as the boogeyman. So there's a relationship of they're on our side. If we're in bother, we go to the police. And so, as part of your direct question on stop and search, yeah, the VRU are working with the police to get community groups in to work with the police. So Mark talked about Croydon. One of the successes of Croydon was some of the youth workers and, frankly speaking, young black Londoners worked with the police. There's a phrase that's overused. The jargon is culturally competent. What it means is just making sure that the police are cognizant of how young people feel, and young people are aware about how police officers feel in relation to going to what you've seen in your past, potentially dangerous incident in a town centre. Do young people realise that police officers, when they go to this, they themselves or their fellow officers may have been the victim of crime themselves? And so that mutual understanding is part of the work of the VRU.
Thank you, Nick. That adjustments. Next question to the Commissioner. Do you think that your officers, particularly because you have an influx of new officers now, feel they are supported in stop and search, both from the very senior police officers but also politically as well?
I think they do feel supported. I think the Mayor is very clear that stop and search has a place. The Home Secretary is very clear that stop and search has a place. I am. So it is absolutely a part of the toolkit. But I don't think that's inconsistent with saying, but there's always ways we can do it better. And that's that. And we've been honest about that as well. But I do think they feel supported.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a slightly different tack here. The National Autistic Society prepared a list of indicators for the police to use when stopping people who may have autism. Is that part of police training? Are you aware of that?
There is. I don't know whether that particular product is. Police have some training in terms of how you spot vulnerability. So dealing with all sorts of issues in terms of diversity or mental health or sort of or cognitive diversity. So there is some awareness training in that. I'm really clear, though, that I think we have to draw a sensible line on what we should expect from police officers as sort of on mental health in the community. There are some, because police get involved in a lot of this, want to turn policing into sort of mental health caseworkers. That's never going to be our strong point. But I do need my officers to have some basic skills at spotting vulnerability to be able to handle people appropriately because of that.
Okay. Just to say, many people in the black community now are focused on the fact that this conversation has been lopsided about stop and search. It's all been to cut the numbers. You have said that you are in the process of increasing the numbers. Can I ask that you also as well make sure that there's some work done in the community by the police about why and you would do stop and search and what for? Because the myths built up around stop and search make it a point of aggravation, and I think that could be lowered if there's a different conversation with the community in the community.
I completely agree with you. There's a phrase called procedural justice where there's been quite a few pieces of work on it, which is about the how you do it. Mm-hmm. At the moment, we're focused very much on, is it operationally effective, e.g. does it lead to arrests and weapon seizures? Is it legally compliant, i.e. when we look at body-worn video, does the officer go through their grounds? The third dimension we need to pay more attention to is how it's done. Does it build trust and confidence, or does it undermine it because of the approach taken? And there's been research across the world on the idea of procedural justice, which is how you deal with this in different contexts. I've appointed a chief scientific officer who has got a lot of experience in criminological research and bringing the world's best practice to us, and we're looking at how we do it differently for exactly that point.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
I never thought Sean Bailey and I would be asking similar questions, but there we are. You've spoken this morning quite some bit about the Violence Reduction Unit, and the indicator suggests that this is going in the right way in terms of reducing youth violence. However, it's of little comfort to families affected by the attacks over the weekend. What more can London do to tackle serious youth violence?
Well, thank you for your question. And actually, a lot of what Sean said, I agree with as well. Look, we can't not mention Charlie Bertola and Kern Solanke. They're the names of the two 16-year-olds who lost their lives this weekend. And so Mark's point is really important. We've got to be very careful not talking too much about the case. But there are 3 people arrested. 2 are 16, 1 is 15, right, for murder. We can't run away from that fact. So you're spot on. If you're the victim of crime, it affects you 100%. So you don't want to hear about violent crime going down, teenage homicides down, gun crime down, because you've lost your loved one. And so the first thing is, violent crime is not inevitable, it's preventable. So people aren't born with a knife in their hand or as a member of a criminal gang. And so there are things we can do to intervene. It's what we call, the jargon is the public health approach, right? Deal with the crime, the enforcement, stop it spreading, enforcement, but stop it occurring in the first place is really important. And we've seen by investing in young people, the youth clubs, the mentorship, the summer schemes, the buddy system, working with children leaving year 6 to go year 7, stepping stones, another really good work the VI are doing. You're seeing, just from last year to this year, a reduction of more than 65% in teenage homicides. We've bucked the national trend. If you're speaking to citizens in, and I'm just, there's similar forces, the Greater Manchesters, the West Yorkshires, the West Midlands, they've seen nothing like the reductions we've seen in these areas of crime. So that's not in any way to, consolation to the poor bereaved families, but it's showing that we are starting to make progress. So Mark's, keenness on neighbourhood policing, there's a method in that, which is actually, if you see police officers, you're less likely to carry a knife around because you're worried about being stopped and searched. But also, if you're busy in a youth club, you're less likely to have idle hands. So we are seeing some progress, which is really important. But I'm sure I speak for all the Assembly when we're having our thoughts that those 2 families who have been devastated, whose life will not be the same again because of the stabbing this weekend.
Absolutely. And Mark, do you have anything to add to that?
Just one point on the violence. There's other ways to get to the drivers behind it. One of the things we've been doing is stepping up the work that developed as county lines work, which has been successful, stepping up those tactics and using them more in London. And what we're finding is by going to those who are running the drugs lines, we've got a straightforward method where we're arresting sort of tens of them a week. They are men of violence. 80% of those people who are arrested who are running the lines, not the kids they're putting on the trains, but those running the lines, 80% plus of them have got weapons or violence convictions, which be probably the ones who are, and then there'd be some more who haven't got previous convictions. So that's a very targeted way of getting to the people who are driving the violent culture around gangs and drugs, for example. So there are other ways into this problem beyond stop and search, but the balance between enforcement and prevention is critical. And neighbourhood policing is partly enforcement, but it's the policing connection into local prevention and some of the initiatives that the Mayor's spoken about that the VRU and Third Sector and other local bodies are involved with.
Thank you, and thank you both, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Prince now, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Did I hear you correctly when you said that knife crime was down since 2016? Was that the year you used?
So knife crime with injury is down. Knife crime with injury where the victim is below the age of 25 is down as well, yeah.
Right. That 2016 figure, would that be the 16-17 figure or the 15-16 figure? See, unfortunately, you may not be aware, but MOPAC and the Met don't publish any figures before 17-18 anymore. It's hard to find the figures.
I think it's 15-16, but I can write your notes.
Well, the figures I've got, Mr. Mayor, is if it's the 15-16, then crime is up 14% on knife crime. If it's 16-17, which is your own performance, then it is down 8%. But it would be helpful. I mean,
I've got the figure here, actually. I found it. I beg your pardon. So
yeah.
It's the 12-month period to May 2016. So if you look at the 12-month period to May 2016,
yeah.
Knife crime with injuries down 6%, knife crime with injury under 25 down 22%, gun crime down 21%, burglary down 23%.
And have you got the actual knife crime, the figure that's on the dashboard, which is the knife crime figure itself, just the general knife crime figure?
Up to May 2016?
Yeah.
No, I can write you that.
Okay, thank you. That'll be helpful. But as I've said, those figures are not published. You have said in your own words that you aspire to be the most transparent mayor. Would you instruct the Met and or MOPAC to publish those figures going back, please, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, I'll write you a note, yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I've lost track. Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
My first question is to Sir Mark. What support has HMICFRS been providing to the Met since it was placed in special measures?
So they've been very supportive. We've had regular meetings with Andy Cook and Matt Parr, and one of the things I've created to get as much help in as possible as we turn the corner out of the engaged process and some of the other challenges, I've created a turnaround board which is has HMIC there, but also the College of Policing, the chair of Police Chiefs Council, a community representative, and sort of, representatives from London as well. And that has been about bringing in sort of expertise, insight, and help to the plans and strategies that we're developing. And the HMIC have been very helpful in that.
Thank you. I mean, one of the areas that they found needs improvement, inadequate, was responding to the public, and I suppose that is a real concern for making sure that those people that are dangerous and on our streets are removed and see justice. But I wanted to, if it's possible, to understand if there is a link between that and reporting or recording of ASB, antisocial behaviour, what the links might be through that. I think only 1 in 21 cases are recorded properly. So I just wonder how you're going to address that within the timescales that you've got to make sure that that sees an improvement in the next 6 months, I think HMIC said.
So we've got a whole series of measures, including recruiting more staff, changing policies, changing approaches, changing leadership around our call handling and our control centre management. Both our on-the-phone response and then the speed of our response times have been a challenge. I think they're sort of bottoming out, and I think I can see some signs of improvement, but I wouldn't quite claim them yet. To try and stabilise that environment, but I think there's more big changes required on that. That reliability of service is one of the overall factors that feed into sort of headline trust. There tends to be three things: the reliability of service, the quality of local policing, and the sense about whether police are fair or not. And those three factors tend to dominate if you look at different reports. And so this is a big important area that we're making progress on, but there's a lot more to do on.
Okay, and I was really interested in the exchange that you had with Assembly Member Bailey, I think, about the nuanced conversation, Russell, the nuanced conversation you'd like to be having about those people that are perpetrators and victims of crime, and the fact that crime falls unevenly on certain Londoners, in particular black Londoners, in that case. And I just wonder, how are you going to make sure that you're able to properly and adequately police those communities, but also make sure that those communities have trust in the police so that they come forward? What plans do you have in place in the next few months as part of the process?
Frankly, that's what I'm working through. I think if it was easy to crack, we'd have cracked it. I'm going to be completely honest. It's very, very difficult. That's why I'm going out, meeting communities, going to different groups, meeting local politicians, advisors and community members to help my thinking and start to build those relationships. But trying to find the way into this, we haven't managed to crack this for a long time, so it's not going to be straightforward. But I know that if I can't find a way to change the way we have that conversation, that relationship, then we're not going to succeed.
Okay. I mean, I have groups in Waltham Forest and Hackney that would love to meet you. I don't think they've engaged with the police before, but they're really happy to do so.
I'd love to join you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, my question to the Mayor is the engaged process providing learning opportunities for MOPAC in terms of its scrutiny of the police?
Yeah, I mean, it is. It really is. I mean, just to follow up on what Sir Mark said, what the HMI haven't done is simply put us in the engaged process and leave us to it. No. Not only have they been working very closely with us, MOPAC, I myself spoke to the Chief Inspector this week on a one-to-one, but they've also given us the resources which Sir Mark has engaged with the College of Policing, the National Police Chief Councils, the various PCCs across the country. It's making sure there's deep and meaningful change in the police service. I think the key wish that Sir Mark, myself, HMI want is for us not to just come out of engage just to tick a box, but to bring about the sort of cultural systemic changes we need. And Sir Mark's mantra of more trust, less crime, higher standards is meaningful because it's intrinsic to policing by consent. And I think the prize isn't just coming out of engage, but it's to have a police service in London that is properly transformed.
Assembly Member Devonish, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Commissioner. My questions are for Sir Mark, please. 80 days into the job, clearly you're talking about good signals that things are getting better in policing in London. So I want to pick two topics, please. The first is obviously anti-Semitism, and AM Pigeon's already mentioned the terrible incident last year in Hanukkah on Oxford Street. Is there any progress, please, on that investigation? You realise it's not specifically the investigation itself, it's the signal that sends in terms of fighting anti-Semitism.
It's a really, really troubling case. The last update I had, which wasn't immediately before this, but we have images of the suspects, and all of our efforts so far to identify them have failed. But as soon as we get a lead on that, then the case will progress.
Okay, so you haven't given up on catching those criminals?
So last time I checked, we had no further leads to pursue, but of course we don't give up. All we need is a name for those faces, and we've got a case.
Okay, My second issue, Commissioner, is one that is really concerning Londoners yet again. Just Stop Oil activists. This week, and only today in the press, we're talking about how police, and I quote the Times, are powerless to stop the new Stop Oil protests that are basically grinding London to a halt. And I understand no arrests were made. Is that correct?
I don't know what you're referring to in terms of London grinding to a halt. We had yesterday a group of 8 people who were sometimes walking on the road, sometimes walking on the pavement, who caused almost no delays or serious disruption whatsoever. Frankly, what I've seen is that Just Stop Oil have got much less assertive in their recent protests, frankly as a consequence of a large number of their leaders being remanded in custody as a result of our operations. So I don't fully recognise what you say, and I think some of the public debate has been influenced by it's easy to take a photo of a few people stood in a carriageway, which by definition of a photo is for a fraction of a second, and create a story about London gridlock, which isn't always true.
No, I take that point, but what we clearly don't want in the run-up to Christmas is this kind of view that some in the media are putting across that the country is basically grinding to a halt. And when Stop Oil basically say that they are going to continually walk slow in the street and cause chaos and, I quote, vandalise priceless art in our galleries, you know, clearly we need a message from you that we will not accept this kind of appalling criminal behaviour, and you've got a plan to tackle it. So can I ask you, have you got a plan? I appreciate yesterday may have been a small incident, and I want to give these people additional publicity, but clearly there are lots of concerns being raised with me and many others about that it could raise its ugly head again.
I'm absolutely determined that anything that goes beyond sort of lawful, reasonable protest by creating serious disruption to London, by creating damage to property, will be dealt with robustly. That's why we've used the more serious offences, such as the statutory offence of public nuisance, which has led to, we put, I think, best part of 60 offenders before the courts at one stage for that offence, and 21, I think, was the number remanded in custody. One of them has decided to plead guilty yesterday and got, I think, 6-month sentence. Many of the rest of the trials are set for 2024, which isn't desperately helpful, but that's just a symptom of the current delays in the criminal justice system. But we are absolutely serious about being as robust as possible. If someone causes serious criminal damage to anything, that's a serious offence.
I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question's to the Commissioner, and it's about screening out crime. So look, I've been raising a number of questions over many years about when the Met first introduced screening out crime, and I recognise there have been some changes along the path of where it's got to at the moment. And I also recognise it's a valuable tool, so don't put me in the view that you shouldn't be doing it or anything like that. But is the MPS using it properly and appropriately, and are we screening out too many crimes?
So the data I've got at the moment is that we're screening in 2/3 of crime. I'm trying to check this out, but that I think is higher than many forces in the country. That's quite a large workload to take on. There's a balance here, isn't there? That there are very obvious serious offences ranging from serious sexual assaults to burglary that you would want to be every case you're going to look at. Other offences, it's more nuanced, depends how severe it was, depends if it's solvable. And of course, the resourcing thing I've got to do is how you reduce crime partly is about preventative resource in neighbourhoods. It's about proactively going after the most dangerous offenders rather than waiting for them to leave a clue at the scene of a crime. So the purpose of the tool of screening is to say, what can we solve based on those cases today? And where do victims need particular support because it's really serious, but balancing that against preventative activity and proactive crime activity, and that's why the tool is so important.
And are we really clear about some of that low-level crime that can lead to violent interactions and whatever, where there might not be the evidence in the immediate question and answering session over a phone, that we aren't really screening out and losing opportunities? Is the links there locally within the BCUs to see the patterns of crime where the evidence isn't there, to say, hold on, I do need to deploy some resources there, and I need to do it around about this time because something seems to be occurring.
So I think in terms of, there are different parts to that. There's, even for a minor crime in terms of the statute book, can have a very vulnerable victim who needs different levels of support. Our whole screening process is designed to spot that. Likewise, if a case is easily solvable, we ought to be going after it regardless of how serious it is. I think if we look, so that's our intent and that's what we try to do. If we look at the HMIC criticism of our response to calls, etc., then I think it's clear that we've got some ground to cover to do that as reliably as we would like to. But the absolute intent is there, and the rationale, I think, makes sense for the reasons articulated.
And thank you for publishing the rationale. So I see that. There's a little bit more into that. I think you mentioned about screening in. So we've got a bit of a two-tier process, isn't it? There's an immediate first screening out, and then someone double-checks that to screen back in or not? Or is that some local practice that goes on across the Met? How do we avoid this postcode lottery of individual, because we're relying on individuals making judgments within a framework? How do we avoid that they're not doing something that, you know, causes more crime?
We have a standard policy across the Met, and as part of our response to calls, we're looking at it. I think just to illustrate this for any sort of members of the public watching, I think if you get home and your house has been broken into, that's massively traumatic and it deserves a response, A, from a victim support perspective, but B, because it improves our chance of solving it. Even though there might not be any obvious clues immediately, it deserves that. If in April you go out to your garden shed because the lawn started to grow and you discover your lawnmower has been stolen from it sometime in the last 6 months, that's not really a solvable crime, and to put lots of resources responding to that is going to take them away from patrolling communities. And that's the sort of balance we're trying to get right the whole time. I say there's work to do on it, but that's the principle behind it.
But my concern is about some of the low-level crime that can lead to violence. I mean, some of the arguments that we've had in the past, you talked historically, domestic violence leads to murder. Actually, antisocial behaviour can lead to murder. So how do we see patterns developing and it's not screened out earlier on that there is a problem in the area that you may deploy a local ward resource to deal with it? It's those crimes that lead to lack of trust and confidence in the police dealing with it, and how your officers respond to the victims when they're reporting it.
So I agree with that principle. We try to pick up some of that in the screening process. But also, if we have strong neighbourhood policing, then it comes back the other way from community priorities. Hang on, you might not have spotted it, but there's been a pattern of damage or antisocial behaviour in this part of this ward, and putting the officers on that officer's list of things to do that way. Because not everything in the sort of minor crime patterns issue comes from reporting. Some of it comes from good community intelligence and those relationships.
Okay, thank you.
I had my bike nicked out of the shed at the back, and curiously enough, I had 2 police officers come round and a follow-up call. I still haven't got the bike, though. Assembly Member Garrett.
Morning. Actually, I'd like to reprise a question that I asked you, I think the 2nd of October, about fraud at the Police and Crime Committee. And I was quite pleased with your answer about working with the NCA and taking a new approach, Commissioner. And obviously since then we've seen the big iSpoof shutdown operation. So I just wanted to, well, first of all, commend you on that operation, which obviously was quite a major piece of work. Have you seen a reduction in that sort of phone-based fraud as a result of that operation?
I haven't got that data in front of me. That was a massive operation, and sort of we, the Met, coordinated it, but National Crime Agency played a critical role. City of London Police helped with some of the national coordination. We worked with Europol. But the fundamental difference, I think, is worth stressing to members. This is about more going on the front foot with fraudsters, rather than waiting for a report to come through the system and then see if you can work back from the information you have weeks later. Actually, you have websites selling fraud services, effectively, which is what iSpoof was doing, and lots of people buying into that website to then commit frauds. And what we did was start from the centre, get the people running the website, use the information that came from that to identify all the people using that tool set, and used that to identify all the victims. And so we, and it was very London-centric, interestingly. One of the key organisers of the website was London-based. His two associates were in other parts of the world in, frankly, less helpful jurisdictions, for want of a better phrase. Of the 160 people we've arrested so far, and there'll be more to come, 130 of them were sort of London cases. So it's had quite a London basis. And what we did see in some geographies, how people, I think some of this is spread socially, that sort of, I've got an idea about doing some fraud, and I tell my mate about it. Oh, just log on to this website, and he does it. So the actual offending had some geographic nexus, even though it's using online services. And because we identified through this that some of the frauds had been reported through action fraud, and so we had identified victims, and each of the offenders, I think, was interviewed about 3 cases that were identified for them that sort of that started the process. But we've also got 70,000 victims who we don't believe have reported it, potentially, and hence that messaging we sent out when we went public saying, here at 70,000 victims, please, you were a victim of fraud or attempted fraud when they called you on your phone, please report it to us through the following mechanism. So it's a much more proactive way. And you think about that 70,000 victims who now know that actually the police are onto the gang who did their fraud or attempted fraud. And that has to be positive. We will get some money back. We won't get most of it back, I know, but at least it shows that we're serious about trying to find different ways of doing this. And I think between us, National Crime Agency, City of London Police, I'd like to see us do more operations like this over forthcoming years.
Well, that was going to be my question. I mean, you're right. I think, in my IT background, we would call it a turnkey solution. You buy a piece of software off the shelf, and there you go. You're now fully set up as a fraudster.
Yeah.
And it's astonishing to me that, that hasn't been the approach before, but so I'm delighted to see that is the approach. And my question was going to be, are there more operations in the pipeline approaching the problem in that way, trying to shut down the tools rather than trying to chase, a million separate tiny investigations of individual people which are hard to follow up?
And that's the follow-up learning for us and, say, City of London. So the City of London and National Crime Agency have different national leadership roles in this space. And frankly, we don't have a national leadership role, but we bring size and scale and the effect of London. So the combination of the three of us, we're going to start thinking about how do we do this more routinely. There is a judgment to make with these. You identify one of these sites. Is the most pragmatic thing just to, through some clever, geeky stuff, electronically sort of interfere and close it down? Or are you best off doing a covert operation and going after the people behind it? And depending on the scale of the operation, the nature of the investigation, how much it's affecting the UK or the international partners, we'll have different answers. But that more proactive approach is important. I'd also like to see closer liaison with the financial services sector, because the better information flow between the two of us gives them more opportunity to reduce their vulnerabilities when we spot these new methodologies.
Great. Well, I look forward to more positive stories and to following up with you on those. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is, first of all, to Sir Mark. So you told the October 2022 Police and Crime Committee what the public should see is us stabilising our neighbourhood policing so that less people are abstracted. Between quarter 1 of 2020 and 21 and quarter 1 of 2022 and 23, the abstraction level for dedicated ward officers fluctuated between 3.6% and 9.9%. I recently met with the ward panel representative of Queensbury ward in my constituency in Brent, and it was a real issue that they were raising with their local Safer Neighbourhood team as well. How are you going to stabilise that rate? And I'm glad that you've recognised it as an issue. And how are you going to tackle this issue?
So if the abstraction rate was less than 10%, I'd be very happy. At the moment, it is much, much higher than that. That's the situation that I found. I don't know the sort of the facts and figures behind the data you've got there. We've got much higher level of abstraction rates. As our response to calls has struggled in the way that the HMIC have identified, we're more routinely been drawing people out of other roles, including neighbourhoods, into backfilling those. We've had some difficult resourcing pressures sort of on my watch, with a combination of the protest activity, which has drawn sort of tens of thousands of days of officer time into the centre of London, which is needs dealing with for the reasons asked about earlier, but it does have a disruption. And also, we've had some challenges training all our officers for our new computer system, which rolled out this week. So one of the things the HMIC challenged us for was having a two high-risk IT programmes. I mean, the first one has got through the first milestone of implementation this week, and I'm looking for some wood to touch, but so far. So can we pretend this is wood, please, for the purpose of the exercise? Yes. So far, so good on that. But the training for that created some abstractions. So we had a particularly intense period of abstractions. I need to stabilise that response work and other parts of the local policing model, so that neighbourhood officers are drawn away a small portion of the time, like the data you say.
Right, and it's glad that you. I'm glad you also mentioned neighbourhood policing, because last night I was at the Cannons Park Residents Association meeting where the main topic of discussion was safer neighbourhood teams and local policing and crime. And one thing that I gathered from all of the local groups that I meet is how important they value their local safer neighbourhood teams. So you've spoken already about wanting to strengthen our neighbourhood policing settlement. Can you describe what that means to you?
So there are lots of aspects to that. Start with the resourcing aspect. Town centre teams are doing a sort of intense neighbourhood policing in certain areas. Between town centre teams and the officers on wards, we have a sort of, I think, slightly larger number of officers on wards and neighbourhood policing than we would have had sort of a decade or so ago. But in terms of PCSOs, we're about 1,600 live. So if we were to have a comparable number to what we had that time, about 1,600 PCSOs, and both the Mayor and I are very enthusiastic about their contribution. And it's one of the things we're looking at in our budget conversations about whether we could rebuild those numbers. I also think it's about the strength of local leadership at a borough level, which picks up the points made by Susan Hall earlier on. And then there's other aspects in terms of schools and preventative work. And then behind that, of course, thinking about how do we measure their effect, how do we connect them better to communities, both physically and electronically, and then some of the specialist areas around schools and preventative tools. So there's a range of things to look at that add together to effective neighbourhood policing.
Right, and in terms of local teams, so there were changes to council ward boundaries in London which led to the creation of 46 new wards across 25 London boroughs. So with the new wards that have been created by the boundary changes with the council boundaries, will you ensure that the local teams also have the dedicated ward officers to cover those areas?
That's one of the things this project is looking at, is how we do that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. First question to the Mayor. The Met Police estate strategy was apparently handed to your office in Q1 of 2021-2022. What's the reasons behind the delay in publishing it, and when do you expect to have that strategy published?
Well, as you've seen this morning, the Commission's been a bit busy in the last 80 days. So what the idea was not to publish a strategy before the new Commissioner had a chance to look at it and see if it meets his needs. The two previous reasons for the extension were, one is the Kerslake review, his advice in relation to how we use all of the GLA estate, and so we waited for the Kerslake review to happen. And the other reason was obviously we went from a position where I think 3 years ago we had south of 30,000 officers. Now we have north of 34,000 officers, and so we want to make sure the estate was commensurate with the needs of, and we still hope to increase the size of our police service. We're 1,400 shy of what we think the government should be giving us. And so I don't think anybody criticised Sir Mark, bearing in mind his hyperactivity, that he's not been focused on estates. But maybe I'll pass that hospital pass to Sir Mark and explain why he's not sleeping less to deal with this. Sir Mark.
Yeah, I have been dealing with the estate strategy at 3 a.m. That's my sort of... But this is really important, and sort of, if once you set a different course for an organisation, and I'm very determined what we need to achieve, then everything else needs to line up behind it. And most of the estate strategy makes sense, but there are some aspects. So if you're going to have the strongest neighbourhood policing, does our local footprint support that? Would be one example. The Mayor's made another one in terms of the sort of officer numbers and whether that's probably dealt with. Frankly, I think in terms of leadership culture and expectations, face-to-face is important, and we're looking at excuse me, we're looking at whether the current blended working policies are right, and whether we might need some more presence in the office from leaders that then affects estates as well. So there's several different dimensions to this. Blended working reflections, local community policing, neighbour policing, and also the numbers issue the Mayor mentioned. So that may well produce a few tweaks to what we currently had, and that's what we're working through at the moment.
Thank you. I appreciate, as the Mayor says, you're spinning many plates at the moment, but this is something that I get asked about, both from the public who want to know about their future of their local police station, also police officers who understandably are interested in what the future of the state is. So do you have a rough idea of when we can expect this?
It's a small number of months. I haven't got it exactly in my mind, but it's not another year's work or anything like that.
Fine. Excellent. Thank you. So Mark, another question for you. The Met's received funding for several thousand new police officers. How are the new police officers contributing to the Met, and how are you deploying them so far?
They're fantastic. They're sort of got the same passion, sense of vocation, wanting to make a difference that police officers have always had. The volume and pace of recruitment is really challenging, and one of the ways it's challenging is that sort of training support locally, because we've effectively gone down. We went down in officer numbers over sort of the decade, and also we've ramped it up at the end. In a normal world, you would have had a more stable, and you've been slowly training officers. Doing it all at the end in that way is very challenging. So if you speak to local supervisors, local teams, as you'll see, that the load of having so many new officers to mentor is quite a pressure on them. And one of the things I've been doing in terms of stabilising our local operating is looking very rapidly at how those officers are being deployed, because at the moment they're being moved around multiple roles, and I'm not telling anything you don't know. You'll see that in neighbourhood policing in some of your visits with local officers, and I think that's more unstable than it needs to be, and we're looking at how we can stabilise it to both give the recruits a more stable base with a consistent team around them, which is better for their learning, and also a more stable arrangement that is better for delivering policing to local communities.
Thank you. Obviously, understandably, the focus has been very much on recruiting regular officers, but as a former special constable, I have a personal interest in the special constabulary. So what's your vision for the special constabulary in London?
So, thank you. When I was asked the question about neighbour policing earlier, I forgot to mention the significance of volunteers, the different arrangements from specials and other volunteering schemes. That volunteers are a part of police and communities delivering together safety and trust in communities. And for me, the strongest ever neighbour policing must include the sort of the strongest volunteering capability in the widest sense of the word possible. And specials are a critical but not the only part of that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr Mayor, and good morning, Commissioner. I wanted to speak a little bit more about the issue of fraud, building on Assemblymember Garrett's line of questioning. I was absolutely shocked to see that fraud constitutes 41% of all crime committed in the UK and costs the UK 137 billion each year. So, Commissioner, I just wanted to ask if there's anything you wanted to expand on in terms of how confident you feel the MPS's ability to get a handle on tackling fraud. And then I'll move on to yourself, Mr Mayor, to ask what we're doing from City Hall to support victims of fraud.
I may repeat what I said in my interviews for this job with the Mayor and the Home Secretary and others. Our national approach, both the financial services sector and policing and other parts of government, clearly isn't good enough at the moment. Nationally in policing, I think the reports show that about 1% of police resourcing, or a bit under that, is involved in fraud, which against 41% of crime looks odd. But then if I was to say, actually, I'm going to rebalance that and take piles of resources out of neighbourhood policing and public protection, you'd all probably throw your microphones at me. So there is a bit of a challenge here, isn't there? The first thing we need to do, though, is to find an effective way of operating. And what I said in those interviews is we need to reinvent how we operate, because what we have at the moment isn't working sufficiently well to be worth thinking about investing in. The reason for doing Operation Elaborate, and the reason sort of when I was having some pre-briefings before I started with different teams and I came across it, and And they said, well, we haven't really had the support for this previously. No, we need to do that because that's about experimenting on a better way of working that has more impact because it's getting to the root of the problem and it's supporting more victims. So what I see over the next sort of year, 18 months is how we learn from that work with others. So we have a better proposition to be able to say to government, to financial sector, to the mayor, actually, we now think we have something that's really powerful to work. With our current resources in fraud, we can achieve this. Do we stick at that, or do we want to put more in it? And I think that's the conversation. But before asking people to invest in something, you need to be sure it works, and that's what I'm trying to build.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And then to yourself, Mr Mayor, what work from City Hall is being done to support victims of fraud?
Thank you. Firstly, I mean, you'll remember, not only does fraud concern the Assembly, but also Londoners. When we consulted on the police and crime plan, one of the biggest responses we got back is, you've not given enough detail to fraud. Right, so we amended the police and crime plan to address that. And you've heard of the successful investigation by the Met Police Service on Elaborate. So it's just worth reminding ourselves, examples of fraud, a pensioner who is defrauded out of her life savings because somebody claims to be a builder and is going to fix her roof. That's fraud, right? And the impact on the victim is humongous. Think of the business who is frauded out of a sole trader by a clever cyber fraud. So it is a big issue, and it's rising all the time. So one of the things that the Victims and Witnesses Service is doing is making sure they give a good service to those who are the victims of cybercrime, and that includes fraud as well as the obvious public protecting crimes that we know about, the violent crime. But I'm not going to pretend we can meet the scale of the numbers we're talking about. We're talking about a massive increase in fraud in the recent past. I think even with the Operation Elaborate, we're simply scratching the surface in relation to the underreporting of fraud. Another big piece of what we've got to do before we get to victimhood is resilience. And Mark's team is really working with businesses, with cybercrime, to give them the skills to avoid them being defrauded is really important. And Mark's team with City of London do a really good job going around businesses. But also we've got to educate ourselves how to avoid being the victim of fraud.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just my final question now. The National Fraud Office published this month a report saying the government, fraud has been overlooked by the government and that the Home Office is not yet leading an effective cross-government approach to tackling fraud. So in light of the incoming government's fraud strategy that we've been waiting for some time, can you just briefly, Mr Mayor, summarise what you'd like to see in that strategy for this joined-up approach to tackle fraud?
I think it's a really long-term strategy. The government, and I give them credit for this, published a 10-year strategy for dealing with drugs offences, 10 years. But I think when you think of fraud, I mean, Sir Mark's example that Neil Garrett touched upon were affected local, regional, national, international. With the best respect to Sir Mark and the Met Police Service, they can't do it by themselves. And so we had a national strategy, but also that means our government talking to those, in Sir Mark's words, the more difficult jurisdictions, working with the EU, the Five Eyes, and so forth. A lot of this fraud funds terrorism, by the way. And so we've got to have that joined upness, and we need a long-term strategy to deal with this. This is an emerging area, it's not going away. And that long-term strategy has got to be national. With the best in the world, a strategy from the police service will do hardly anything, bearing in mind the scale and the reach of cyber fraud in particular.
Thank you. Let's hope the government offers their fraud strategy that's long-term and sooner rather than later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm now going to speak from the Chair, and yes, the clock is going. I was at a public meeting yesterday in South Hampstead. It was a packed meeting, and the meeting subject was about law and order in the area. And residents there were very, very concerned about the open drug taking, in fact, open drug dealing taking place around Finchley Road Station, aggressive begging. And there was an impression amongst those present that there was a lack of visibility of the police, and some expressed the view that the safer neighbourhood teams just weren't working. Commissioner, would you familiarise yourself with the situation in South Hampstead and write to me about how the police are responding to those challenges?
I'm happy to familiarise myself with that. Clearly, if that's the biggest issue for the local community, then the neighbourhood team and others ought to be working on it. So I'll go away and look at that and come back to you on it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd now like to hand over to Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to both of you. Earlier this year, it was reported that of the 32 terror plots that have been foiled since 2017, 18 were Islamist-related, whilst 12 were motivated by a far right-wing ideology, an example of which we saw with the attack on the Migrant Centre in Dover last month. How is City Hall and the police service in London working with partners to understand and tackle the reasons why people are motivated to commit such acts? Mr. Mayor.
So if I could do with the pre-policing part of this, what we're doing is we're making sure that we give, in particular, those communities in London that are susceptible of being radicalised, the resilience and the tools to avoid being radicalised. And that includes those, inverted commas, Islamist radicalisers, but also the far right that you talk about. Also, you'll be aware that the independent reviewer of terrorism talked about incel also being a new ideology, should be thought of as an ideology, which is, I know we've seen across the globe acts of incel terrorism, which is really important. So the Shared Endeavour Fund is a really important. We give funding to a number of groups across London who have got the credibility in the communities to give their communities the resilience, the stoicism that's required. At the same time, working with the police to target those who are targeting vulnerable people who are radicalised. And we also launched an app, I Report It, which has led to a 15% increase in reports to the counter-terror team in relation to people are worried about in relation to terrorism. And of course, we've got a countering violent extremism strategy as well in City Hall. And the final thing before I pass over to Sir Mark is the Deputy Mayor chairs the contest board, which has enforcement partners there as well, dealing with some of the crunchy issues that come further down the spectrum of the radicalisation which leads to terrorism.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the question. So, terrorism remains a concern. It remains a big concern for London. One of the reasons that the Met's leadership of the policing part of the terrorism infrastructure nationally is so important is that about 60% of terrorists of concern are based in London. A similar proportion of attacks nationally take place in London. It's very London-centric as a threat and a vulnerability, and so our close involvement in that and working with the security service is absolutely critical. Clearly, the nexus on preventative issues touches the police, so the police have a significant role in prevent, because often we are the ones who can deal with the malign influencers who are drawing people towards terrorism, and that's why we work with the sort of programmes and bodies that the Mayor has just illustrated in terms of more diversion and preventative activity. So we're there to focus on the enforcement and taking the toxic influencer away, at the same time as others are trying to deal with those who are being radicalised and are more vulnerable. Whilst the threat hasn't been as high profile in the last 2 or 3 years, it is good that you highlight the number of plots disrupted, and as you and the Mayor were both illustrating, I think the diversity of threat has grown from being, when I started in the National Counter-Terrorism role in 2014, it was almost entirely Islamist related. By the time I finished, we'd had extreme right-wing terrorist attacks, and I was talking about that and getting it on the map. That's now become a bigger part. You now have the incel, and the challenge with dealing with people with mixed ideology, where people who are vulnerable to ideologies, some of them are almost bouncing between ideologies as they're almost looking for an excuse and for violence and something to hook their pretty broad set of grievances onto. So those challenges get more complex, which is why the working with multiple partners is so critical, and the Police and Security Service have widened that network of engagement way beyond where we were before.
Thank you. How important is it, Mr. Mayor, that politicians are careful with their language so as not to inflame or encourage violent extremist ideas? Does the use of language like calling asylum seekers or would-be migrants invaders, in quotes, help? Commissioner, does language like this make your job any easier? If you want to start with Mr. Mayor, and then...
Yes, both of us. I wasn't sure which one to go first.
If you speak to the Community Security Trust if you look at my Twitter account, if you look at the social media on the names of politicians of colour, politicians who are women, you'll see a direct correlation between inflammatory language and the hate we receive, which also does lead to incitement of hatred towards others. And so I think we should be careful and responsible, particularly those of us who've got a big number of followers. I do understand the temptation, though, when you're insignificant, to use me as clickbait, or when you're not making enough money as a politician to use me as clickbait. Don't.
Politicians hold me to account. It's not for me to hold politicians to account. But I do think it's important that anybody involved in public debate, sort of celebrities, politicians or anybody else, is measured in their language, recognising the way that ideology feeds on the increasing sort of polarity of some public debate.
Thank you. Personally, I think that the use of such language is an insult to the brave people of Ukraine who know what a real invasion looks like. If I can, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I think now it's Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Mr Mayor, and good morning, Commissioner. It's great to have you with us this morning. I want to address some questions to the Commissioner. Sounds like a very simple question. The items that gather the news talk about ambulances stuck outside hospitals with paramedics being detained there, unable to let people go into the hospital because the beds are full. However, I think we also know that the police are sometimes ending up at hospitals for lengthy periods and it doesn't catch the news quite to the same degree. So my very simple question to you is, how much time are our police officers spending on non-policing activities?
A massive amount of time, and I'm pleased that the Home Secretary has commissioned this productivity review that Stephen House is doing, and the first phase of work on that is in police and mental health and other demands, and that report's landing, I think, in the Home Secretary's inbox imminently. It's a massive amount of time. So if I tell you a story, first of all, I was over at Edmonton a few weeks ago, and the late shift had 25 officers who started the shift, and half of them had to be struck off immediately to go on to mental health watches. So 13 of them, 10 of them going to hospital casualty units to sit with 5 people that police had taken into casualty who had apparently severe mental health concerns. There was no mental health institution prepared to take them, so sitting there for that period of time, and 3 officers going into our custody units to do one-on-one watches with people in similar situations. So that's half the policing of Edmonton that afternoon was on mental health watches. The average wait at a casualty unit for Met Police officer, this is 2 officers, is 14 hours. So that's more than that. So that's 2 officers for pretty much almost 2 shifts. Waiting for the NHS to take on somebody who we are concerned has got is in the middle of a mental health crisis and needs the right support. The first thing to say is, regardless of the police resourcing issues, that's just wrong in terms of if you're going in a mental health crisis. If any of us had a relative in that situation, it doesn't matter how compassionate and careful police officers are, they're not the right people to be doing it. No. Secondly, it is massively disabling for policing having this sort of work going on. And if you look at it, sort of looking at some data in the Met, and our data on this isn't well choreographed as say crime data and things, but it's grown many-fold over the last few years, and so this is creating a big draw on our resources. And I've got so much I need to focus on that is police work, and frankly, we are doing work that is not police work, and they're not doing work that only the police can do, and that can't be right.
That's why I wanted to raise this issue, because we've heard from many colleagues from on a cross-party basis who've been talking about fraud, violence against women and girls, serious violence, all the child sexual exploitation. There's so many areas that we want the police to be focusing on. I could sit here and talk about, you know, the need for more resources, but actually something that I'm very interested in is the Peel inspection of Humberside Police, where they are rated as outstanding, and that's because they've been trying to work, particularly with the NHS and local authorities, in a different way to ensure that the public are getting the right people supplying the service. Because as you point out, police officers, when someone's having a mental health breakdown, are probably not the professional that should be there in any case. But they think they are saving 1,100 police hours a month, which would then, you know, boost the safer neighbourhood teams if the police officers were available. Have you had a chance to have a look yet at what they've been doing in Humberside? Is there anything that we can learn in London?
No, we're already looking at it and looking to implement it. It took them a year to roll out their approach. I'd like us to do it in sort of 2 or 3 months if we can do it. That may not be realistic, but we need a sense of urgency with it. I think there are some other parts to this as well, though. So that was more about reducing the demand. The police will often get called to a mental health crisis because someone in that crisis is threatening and to others, and so that's the nature of our job. I don't have a problem with that happening, but for me, it's the speed of handover. I don't know why the NHS in London couldn't commit to a 1-hour handover. So I think it's perfectly reasonable we take them to whatever the health institution the NHS wants us to take them to. But we should be able to hand that person over to an appropriate carer within an hour. And that sort of standard would be
the initial
reasonable.
Response, yes, but the 14 hours for 2 officers in casualty, no, we need to be sorting that out. Right.
So the initial response, if someone is threatening or dangerous to others, the police are probably the right resource to initially get control of the situation. But we need to be able to hand them off in a professional way to a mental health professional as quickly as possible. And I think an hour sounds reasonable to me.
Thank you so much for that answer. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to pick up on that point earlier about obviously the language used, and that applies obviously to parliamentary parties as well, and opposition particularly have to be really, really careful not to dehumanise the government and politicians of the party in charge on the day. I and many of my colleagues received death threats. We walk out this building and don't have any security surrounding us, and that comes when opposition politicians call us scum, when they incite and praise violence. And I stand with the Mayor. I see your Twitter, and that's not acceptable, and it is neither acceptable for opposition politicians to throw that language at us, and we have a real we suffer really because of that. I wanted to focus particularly on the VIU, Mr Mayor, so probably to come to you. And you mentioned them earlier, in fact, the transition programmes, especially from Year 6 to Year 7. And I wanted to know how many children you think are benefiting from that at the moment, and how many schools you believe are participating.
Thank you. Can I fully endorse your comments about some of the hate you get? I saw the comments from Susan Hall about Conservative Party conference. It's just unacceptable. The vilification going from hotel to conference centre it's just not acceptable in democracy. It should not be happening, and I condemn that unequivocally. No buts, no whataboutery, and I stand with you in relation to stand up to that. See, we do have the numbers in relation to the people we're helping. So there's a number of different metrics. So there's a number of people we help in relation to after-school clubs and mentoring. To give you the total number, last year was 70,000 helped, and this year is 80,000. I beg your pardon, 70,000 this year, 80,000 last year, beg your pardon. That's the VIU. And to supplement the VIU, don't forget we've also got the Young Londoners Fund, which comes to an end this year. And the really good news you'll be pleased by is we've managed to work with partners to have a total of £100 million over the next 10 years to help more young people. And we want that to be front-loaded, to give more young people things to do. The Stepping Stones programme is between Year 6 and Year 7. We haven't got the exact number. Deputy Mayor Joan McCartney knows it better than I do, and so I'm sure during the course of this morning I'll let you have the number.
Thank you. It is that particular programme and the numbers around that. So if
we can give that to you.
That.
We do.
Because this is my constant push with the VIU, is that it must start younger, and we must accept that in order to be stopping violence in future years, that intervention has to happen from primary school age. That Stepping Stones project, I was actually part of one before joining the Assembly, but that's part of it. But in fact, it has to really come earlier than that, because teachers, social workers, many of those agencies are able to flag at those points earlier those children that need that intervention.
Spot on. We've got something called Adverse Childhood Experiences, ACEs, which can identify a young child. We do have a challenge. I'm not criticising primary schools of getting into primary schools. It can be a challenge to get into secondary schools. We have got some really good school support officers who are keen to work with us. Police officers are really integral to this work. There is an appetite to get into primary schools, to reassure you, both in relation to this work, but also in relation to the Have a Word campaign, in relation to teaching boys and girls about healthy relationships and so forth. I don't disagree with the word you said about getting in early. I would hope to have better news in relation to the progress in primary schools over the course of the next year.
Thank you. And just say I am really interested. I raised it with Joe before, and I really do hope that we have some good news on that. So I'd appreciate some greater feedback soon about what more we can do in primary schools and to get into that.
Thank you. Assembly Member McCartney.
Yes, thank you. My first question is for Sir Mark. Sir Mark, is the Metropolitan Police good at supporting victims through the Criminal Justice Service?
There's definitely work to do. You can see that. I mean, at the moment, our victim care unit works really hard at this. I think on very high-profile cases like murder, where we have dedicated family liaison officers, we do an extraordinary job, and it's a world-leading model. As you get more into the routine, it gets patchy. We work with various victim support bodies, charities, etc. Some of them funded by MOPAC. Part of our, as I'm developing our sort of longer-term sort of reform strategy to improve, one of the big themes in that is going to be very centred on victims, because there's more to do. And I think part of that is going to be about how we join up better with the other agencies involved.
My second question is both for yourself and the Mayor. The Victims Commissioner, Claire Waxman, has been quite critical of the Met Service. I think she recognises some excellent work going on, but actually it's just not delivering for victims. As she suggested, there should be an independent service, an independent victims hub. Are you looking at that? And what work are you doing together to look at how we can best support victims? And if that is the best option, can I just ask for your assurance you will not shy away from it?
So, I'm not sure my mic's working. Chair, sorry. I'll project. So
I think you're being passed one.
So, Mark, we make sure that the Met Police doesn't use the same IT company we do. So you're right. Claire's done some really good work in relation to a review of this, and just to reassure you, many of the issues the HMI raised in relation to victim care have been raised by us in the years preceding this. And so Mark's right. Excellent officers doing a great job, but the systems aren't working properly in the MPS. So we are looking into a victim care hub. The government's also talked about the importance of improving the service that victims receive. But can I just make this point? We accept fully the points raised by the HMI, and we're addressing them, and we accept there's an issue. But it's an issue for the whole criminal justice system. If a trial's taken 4 years with the best one in the world, it can't just be the role of the MPS to provide support for that victim. Again, we've got some brilliant IDFAs and ISFAs. With the best one in the world, you can't be too surprised when a victim or a witness pulls away from a prosecutorial process because of the length of the trial. So there are big issues, systemic issues, which we're working with the government with to address. But the beauty of a victim care hub is it's a one-stop shop. Yep. When you speak to victims, one of the things that frustrates them has been moved pillar to post. Mark mentioned the brilliant work of the family liaison officers who deal with the homicides. The reason why they're so well received is because of the continuity. Nearly always the same FLO you meet a day after a murder is the same one that will take you through the whole process up until the conclusion, sometimes after a trial, but it's only for this most serious offences, the homicide. What about all the other, really serious offences as well? And that's one of the reasons why Claire talks passionately about the importance of a victim care hub, which we're committed to exploring, and we are doing lots of work in relation to that.
Thank you.
I'd like to pick up on that as well. So we're looking afresh at this. I'm sure some way of joining up services better is part of the answer. Whether that's a hub or something else, I don't know. But something more joined up is definitely part of it. the police need to be a big part of that for a whole range of practical reasons, but it can't be just about policing for all the reasons the Mayor says.
Okay. Thank you. Then I'm not going to do this next question justice in the time I have, but the Susie Lamplugh Trust have recently lodged a super complaint against policing in general with regards to the police's ability to prosecute offenders of stalking and support victims. They have stated that repeatedly stalking is not understood by police officers, that quite often offences are dealt with as low-level harassment, and the pattern of stalking is not seen, nor the trauma it causes victims. Can I just ask for your assurance, Sir Mark, that your officers are going to be looking at this and perhaps reviewing your practice and what more you can do?
Stalking is critically important. It's a sort of, I guess, developing area of practice. We've got a stalking threat assessment centre, which is really helpful in terms of trying to prioritise on the most risky cases, and we're constantly looking to improve how we do it.
Thank you. The Labour Group is now out of time. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you. Mr Mayor, I don't know what's happening. We've been agreeing an awful lot today, which is somewhat unusual. However, I want to bring your attention to something that, I mean, all of us agree our police officers are invaluable, as are firefighters, ambulance drivers, etc. And many of them, because of the cost of housing in London, have to come in from outside. So consequently, quite naturally, the Metropolitan Federation are incensed that you're going to expand the ULEZ, because it would mean that so many officers that come in at 4 or 5 in the morning will end up having to pay £12.50 a day. And I have every sympathy with that, and certainly my group do, as you well know. If we are totally lumbered with these cameras all around London that outer Londoners certainly do not want, and only look at your own data on that, would it be possible to allow the police access to those cameras so that they can at least do ANPR exercises or whatever they would find helpful if we have to have the ULEZ extension, which we will still fight tooth and nail if we can, but if we have them, can the police please use them for any method, anything that they need to?
Just to reassure you, Member Hall, the police will have access. They do have access to the cameras, and just to reassure you as well, at the control room at Palestra House by Sadiq, the police are embedded with TfL. It helps with protest as well, by the way. So the police officers are there looking at the images on the roads, but just to reassure you, those cameras are really useful crime-busting tools. And Sir Mark will tell you one of the reasons why they've been so effective in relation to not just preventing terrorist acts, but actually arresting terrorists, but also many of the homicides and serious crimes is because of our CCTV coverage. There are the checks and balances as well, but just to reassure you, they will have access to those cameras.
Well, it's nice that there might be some atom of benefit to them, because certainly outer Londoners don't want them. If I can turn to you, Sir Mark, I know you've written to the Home Secretary about the ability to dismiss officers, which, of course, I'm hoping comes through. Have you any information on that?
So the Home Secretary and the Policing Minister both mentioned it yesterday at the National Policing Board. She has commissioned a review. The two issues I want looking at are the misconduct part of the process to dismiss, and also unsatisfactory performance, so poor performance, and how that works. In different ways, they're both very bureaucratic, and the former, I don't have the final say on who's in policing. I've got people who I can't pass vetting who shouldn't be police officers, who I have to keep because an external legal body said I had to, which is, in my mind, unacceptable. That's not to take away anything at all from the wider issues in the Louise Cases review. A lot of the fixing of issues and standards in the Met is down to me and my team and us and what we do, but the speed and significance of progress will be greatly enhanced if the regulations are more practical.
Yes, it will. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Devonish.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to follow the Chair's request earlier, Sir Mark, in terms of South Hampstead, and also ask if you could look at blatant drug dealing in Earl's Court. And my wider question is, do you think, once you've been in office for a good year, we could get rid of blatant drug dealing, which has become far more blatant right across London in recent years? And it really does, I'll use an old-fashioned expression, but lower the tone of an area. And it's all about trying to reassure Londoners that we are on top of crime.
I'm a great believer in the sort of broken windows principle about policing, that it's important to tackle the visible signs of disorder and criminality as that goes to the sense of safety in an area, and it also has an effect in terms of if you remove it, it discourages crime from growing around it. You should always tackle these issues proportionately. It's not about simple zero tolerance. It's about finding the right approach, but certainly visible drug dealing or the appearance of it has a big effect on people's sense of safety, and it is important. I think we can do more on it. I'm not going to promise to eradicate it within a year, but I think we can do more on it. And our sort of outside here, my office can pick up with yours in terms of the details on that issue.
Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. And Ms. Mayor, to come back actually to the point I was making earlier, and I should have made this clearer at the time. I was speaking recently to someone and I kind of had that conversation about professionals. Said, "Oh, sometimes it's just easier to not say what you do," and they were a police officer, and they said, "Yeah, same for me." And it made me realise it's that language problem, and police officers face that too, especially this new kind of phrase coming in from America of ACAB, and I'm hoping I don't need to say what that means to everyone. All cops are bastards is what the phrase is. So, and how important, that's not me saying that, please don't clip that anywhere. So on the series, how important as well for you to fully get behind our police officers and speak out against them being dehumanised and treated like that, and language like that we see against them?
Well, I've not heard that phrase, genuinely. I've not heard that phrase. But it's really important. One of the things I did during my opening, and hopefully during the course of this morning, is just explain the difficult job our police officers do on a daily basis. I think it's possible to say that there are systemic cultural issues that demand addressing, but also say that we have got some of the best, bravest, dedicated, decent officers we could hope for. I think we've got a responsibility to encourage friends and families to join our police service, to explain some of the transformative impact our police can have on a family's experience, whether they're the victim of crime, whether it's preventing crime, whether it's taking them through a difficult process. When you speak to police officers who are doing real policing, I say that not in a pejorative way about spending time in A&E with somebody who's going through a crisis, but the satisfaction they receive is huge. But I think police officers know they're probably under more scrutiny now than ever before. That includes the Commissioner. No Commissioner, I would argue, will be more accountable than this Commissioner, not just to the Assembly or the Select Committee or to the Prime Minister or the Home Sec or me or the media, public meetings, and the same goes for officers. That's good in that's good and healthy in a democracy, but the downside is it affects their morale. And so I think you're right to talk about your personal experience talking to a police officer. And that's why it's really important. I've never used the language, for example, defunding the police. You don't deal with crime by defunding a police service. You support them, give them more resources. You talk them up. You talk about their benefits. That's what policing by consent is about. And Sir Mark's mantra, more trust, less crime, higher standards, I fully endorse.
And we know the public's confidence issues at the moment, but what more can be done to shine that positive light on some of the great work that police officers are doing?
I want our sort of comms and media department to be better at getting good stories out. We can do better at that, and the director there is she's really personally charged with it and excited about that. I also think it sort of goes in debate because your job is to challenge me for policing in London being better, but you can still constantly come back to the fact we have tens of thousands of men and women who do a fantastic job. There are
thank
problems,
you, Commissioner.
but that's the issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. The Conservative Group is now out of time. Assembly Member Berry.
Mr Mayor, in relation to police live access to ANPR cameras for the wider ULEZ, you seem to have just said they do have access, followed up by they will have access. At the present time, is it will or do?
Well, the simple reason for the difference in tenses is because you'll be where the expansion to the ultra emission zone happens in August.
No, the current expansion is what I was referring to.
Sorry, the City Hall Greens are now out of
my
time.
question.
I
Okay.
apologise, and unless the Liberal Democrats want a 9-second question. Thank you. What a dereliction of duty that is. We've now reached the end of the question and answer session. Thank you to our guests for answering our questions today. The Assembly has some further items of business to deal with, but you're welcome to leave the chamber. Thank you so much. Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motions set out on the agenda in my name, namely that the Assembly notes the answers to the questions asked?
Agreed.
Will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9a in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow remaining business on the agenda to be completed? Now, I'm just going to slightly depart. We've got down, there's a group agreement for an hour's break. Would you prefer half an hour?
Yeah, 30 minutes. Vote. 30 minutes.
Well, there was a division, cross-party division on this one. All those in favour of half an hour? 1, 2, 3,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for half an hour.
And all those in favour of an hour?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11.
No, she's gone now.
Well, that's a tie, Chair. That's a tie.
It is actually 11 people, not 11 hands.
I think it's 11. I think it's 11.
Can we compromise?
In which case, I'm gonna break this tie 3/4 of an hour. All right.
45 minutes, Chair. Complete balance level. What time, Chair? Return at 1:05, Chair.
1:05. 1:05. I may or may not call for a 5-minute recess halfway through the motions for a comfort break. That Diet Coke I ill-advisedly had during the break may work through. So, in accordance with Standing Order 4.2a and following discussions with Assembly party groups, I have agreed to vary the time limits for speeches for the remainder of this meeting so that the mover of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 3 minutes. No, that's up to, not you have to hit that target. The seconder of a motion or amendment may speak for up to 2 minutes, and any other speeches may last for up to 2 minutes. And so if we can now go to the first motion for us to be first to be 11, as I understand, possibly even 12. May I ask Assembly Member Duval to propose his motion? Have I got this right? Have I got that right?
Informally proposing this motion, I'd like to thank Assembly Russell, who sometimes the public don't see this, but has done an incredible amount of work behind the scenes on this, and it's appropriate that she seconds this motion.
Assembly Member Russell to second.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member Duval, for those very kind words. Back in 2011, I spoke at the vigil for Minju Lee. She was a student at St Martin's Art College who was killed cycling after a skip lorry ran her over from behind at King's Cross. I blogged my speech and was astonished to be contacted by a friend who thanked me for speaking up and revealed that her father, Leslie Michelson, had been killed cycling at the same junction about 10 years earlier, 10 years before Minju Lee, after being run over by a skip lorry. This repeated harm, the same harm, at just one London junction has stayed with me and drives my support for Vision Zero and my determination that London must learn from every collision. Almost exactly a year ago, I asked the Mayor if he would work with me to explore ways to recognise the people who sadly die on or are very seriously injured on London's roads. The families of victims were raising the lack of post-crash support and wanted the scale of their loss, grief and the ongoing hurt to be acknowledged. Since then, I've worked closely with the Walking and Cycling Commissioner, holding a round table with groups representing victims and their families, determining actions for TfL to listen to them and learn from their experience, and for us to hold a minute's silence each year in the Assembly in the presence of the Mayor. It is important that we recognise victims as more than just shocking numbers. This is a reminder to us as members of the London Assembly of our responsibility to do all we can to make our roads safer. So I'm very proud of this motion, calling on Assembly members to come together every day, every year in November for the World Day of Remembrance for Road Traffic Victims, to remember the people who have sadly died on London's roads. I move the motion.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Assembly Member Baker.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm just going to briefly speak in support of this motion, and I'm very pleased to be able to do so. And again, thanks to Assembly Member Russell for her continued and committed advocacy on behalf of victims and victims' families. One death or one seriously injured person on London's roads is one too many. And the focus from the Mayor's Vision Zero is welcome and is reducing deaths and serious injuries, but we can all do more. And far too often, our roads are seen as a battleground, a place where the pressures of modern life, the stress and the atomisation are played out. We find different road users are pitted against each other, and we do not yet have a positive safety culture on our roads. So let's remember those so awfully affected, thank the emergency services for all they can do, and ensure that we listen to the victims, to listen to victim families and learn how to eradicate these deaths and serious injuries in future.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much. I also would like to thank Assemblymember Russell for her continuing work in this area and for bringing forward this important motion today. It's great that the Mayor adopted Vision Zero back in 2018 and progress has been made. But when I was actually looking at the data for the last year, in 2021, there were 23,139 collisions in London, resulting in 75 people being killed, just over 3,500 seriously injured and 23,092 slightly injured. These really are horrifying statistics. There are people behind each and every one of them with family and loved ones all affected. Last year, 10 cyclists tragically died on our streets, 3 reports of people who were riding privately owned e-scooters, the new danger in some ways on our streets, and a huge increase in motorcyclists' fatalities, considering that only 3% of vehicle kilometres travelled. So new dangers on our roads as technology moves on and people use apps and so on. So it's really important we keep the pressure up on this area of work, but also remember all of those who have been affected, because we all know someone who has died or been seriously injured on our roads, and we should make sure we always remember them. Thank you.
Assembly Member Russell, do you want to sum up? Oh, well, you've already spoken. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. Crossed you off. Sorry about that. Assembly Member Duval, would you like to respond? Thank you. So the motion is laid out before you. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Good. Thank you. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Bakari, and it concerns the universal basic income.
Thank you, Chair. It has been and continues to be an absolute honour of mine to represent Londoners in this Assembly. When we were elected, Londoners trusted us to be the voice of London, but they also trusted us to listen. So this motion is a result of listening to London, and it has been a sobering experience as the Chair of Economy during the cost of living emergency. So it was important that we work hard to ensure that we do hear directly from Londoners and understand the reality that they're living through these unprecedented financial crisis. It's important that we listen to the voices of the many who are missing from the headlines and the news broadcasts. It's not always been easy, and it has been very difficult to hear from some businesses, for example, who after 30 years are now having to close up shop, including small theatres and museums who have also been suffering during the pandemic and now struggling to stay open. But of course, we all know that the worst effects of the cost of living crisis will be for the food banks and the guests that have been using them. And we heard from those guests at a recent committee meeting on food insecurity. Now, these Londoners told us that they felt the system was deliberately difficult and hard to navigate, with barriers put in place to stop them from getting the help that they deserved. 2 particular Londoners inspired me to put this motion forward. Sharon, who came to the City Hall and told us how universal credit was not fit for purpose, and another guest at Wandsworth Food Bank on the site visit that we went to actually said, and his words were, "We need universal basic income." And it is our responsibility to listen to these Londoners when they tell us the system doesn't work. There's one other person who inspired me to do this motion, and you might be surprised to hear who that person is. It's the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan. Now, he has been challenged all the time through scrutiny through our process, but he is to be thanked because he signed an open letter alongside myself and others to the Prime Minister calling for a UBI trial. Now, this letter was produced by a cross-party group, co-chaired by myself and others, signed by 300 politicians, including some of those who are here in this Assembly Hall. The letter clearly states that a basic income could be the revolution for social security, the next NHS for healthcare, that just as the NHS was for healthcare. Now, we have been here before, we've asked this question before. I'm not thinking that there's going to be any drastic change today, but we do need to be honest. We find ourselves in a crisis, and we do need to have solutions. And some of those solutions will be short-term, but in the long term,
we really should be saying never again. Never again should teachers, firefighters, nurses have to use a food bank. Never again should elderly and the families have to choose between heating and eating. And never again should hard-working Londoners fear homelessness through no fault of their own. Never again. And despite best efforts, well-meaning initiatives and schemes have failed, leaving gaps and people who will always miss out. Well, no one should miss out because of barriers built by inadequate systems.
Assembly Member, you're over time now.
Thank you.
Can I ask Assembly Member Polanski to second?
I'll formally second and reserve the right.
Thank you very much. I've seen indications for Assembly Member Devonish.
Thank you very much. Often we discuss things in this chamber I disagree with, but I don't think in my 6 years, Mr. Chairman, there's been something I've disagreed with more than this. The member that's put it has put it in a very moderate and sensible way, but I'm afraid this policy is absolute lunacy. If you want a UBA trial, you've got one already anyway in Wales under the Labour Party in Wales. I can't believe a main party like Labour would absolutely do this, but you are, and we shall see the results in due course. The reality is this is the magic money tree policy of all time. It's very simple. The worst way out of poverty is always work, work and work. The public health issue that Ian Douglas-Smith particularly has always outlined so brilliantly is work is the way out of this issue. And the reality is if you have a lot of people sitting at home because they've got UBI, they would be a public health epidemic in this country. So please, let's stick to the things that we're meant to be discussing: transport, crime, our environment, and not come into these policies. This is really Jeremy Corbyn without Jeremy Corbyn. This is lunacy. Let's not go there.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be supporting this, and I know it sounds really nice, a nice thing to do. The member put it in the most moderate terms possible, but this has a real risk to real poor people. So, for instance, this would not be like the NHS, because the NHS helps people in need. This will be a universal payment, which is immoral. There'll be people earning stacks of money who will then get this money on top. And why that's immoral? Because there's people in real need who'd get less. That's why the campaign group Disabled People Against Cuts are not behind this, because they understand the pressure that this would put on the nation financially would mean the money would be taken from other places. Ask yourself what would be the result of giving the working population in this country, some, 30-odd million people, £20,000 each. What does that add up to? Where does that money come from? And unless the policy can answer that, it simply isn't right. The other thing to look at as well are we should be focused on targeted benefits, giving those who need the most, not giving them a payment that will not cover all of their needs. And as for the trial, a trial right now, when we're having a cost of living crisis, where money is tight, would be an utter waste, an immoral waste of public money, because there have been many trials across the world, none of which have given any conclusive evidence as to that this should be done. This is a waste of money. It's also a waste of time. We should focus on giving people most in need the most money we can, and a universal basic income is not the way to do it.
Thank you. Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. So on the face of it, the policy has a lot to commend it, in the sense that, as Assemblymember Bakari described, it would be by giving people a substantial guaranteed minimum income. It would remove complexity from the system, and it would guarantee a minimum income. The problem is, as a numbers person, I notice there aren't very many numbers in this motion. And so I go looking for numbers, and I find numbers in Wales of just over £19,000 a year. And I think, well, what would that look like? They're doing a trial of 500 people, but you deliver £19,000 a year to everyone in London. By my math, that's about £170 billion, which is about 10 times, getting on for 10 times the total GLA budget. And of course, I realise that the normal thing here in motions is to say, well, the government will give us more money. The total government revenue for the entire nation is about 600 billion. And it would cost 170 billion to provide this policy just for London. And I have a feeling people elsewhere in the country might feel they're not keen to send all that money to us in order for us to have this benefit that they couldn't have. And so whenever I look at this policy, I picture a sort of sliding scale, like one of those faders you get on sort of, radio decks. On that, if you push the policy far enough in terms of how much money people get annually or per month, to the point where it actually delivers on the objectives that Assemblymember Bakari described, the affordability of it is completely out of the window. It's completely, insanely unaffordable. And if you slide it the other way, to the point where it actually would be affordable, then the amount that you'd actually give people to live on wouldn't actually fulfill the objective of the policy that's been described. It would end up being just a small amount that doesn't actually deliver. And so the question on my mind, how you resolve the theory with the practice, is there a butter zone? Is there a sweet spot in the middle of that slider where you could actually deliver the benefit without bankrupting the nation? And it is an observable fact that every time this policy is proposed, no one ever puts a number on it. So without a number, to me, this sits in la-la land, I'm afraid. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group today are not supporting this motion, but not for the reasons that we've just heard from over there, surprisingly.
Go on.
The motion asks the Mayor to do something that he does not have the money to or the power to do. I think the movers and the seconders of the motion realise this, because this is not the first time they've proposed that the Mayor conduct a UBI trial without any idea of how much it's going to cost. We're not opposed to the trial, but as the Mayor and the other groups that have asked for in the open letter that they signed, this has to be government funded. We need to realise who has the power to do this. The welfare system sits squarely within government and to some extent local authorities, not with the Mayor. In the Economy Committee, we also heard a while ago some serious concerns from disability charities outlining how the UBI doesn't take into account the greater financial need that disabled people have, and that it could divert away from discussion on basic universal services and better funded public services. We've very recently discussed UBI on the Assembly with a number of guests. We heard from two highly respected organisations in a plenary in this room when this trial was raised. Trust for London, who work to tackle poverty in London, said that they are focusing on what Londoners need right now and to deal with the impacts of the cost of living crisis, such as the London Living Wage campaign. So, not work, 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 because people in my constituency work 3 or 4 jobs and still rely on food banks. It is about the London living wage and about incomes coming up to the level that they need to. At that meeting, Torsten Bell from the Resolution Foundation said, and I quote, "But if you, the Assembly, want to focus on what's happening to lower income households right now, you should spend your time worrying about the uprating of earnings and benefits that are supposed to happen in April, and that will matter for millions of Londoners. You should worry about debt advice provision that's being delivered and other things that actually matter. You should worry about rents and what's happening in the private rented sector." If you spend your time talking about
Assembly
a UBI...
Member, you're over time now.
You'll be you won't be delivering for Londoners, so we won't be supporting this. What we need to do is support Londoners right now, and it would be best to spend our limited resources on that support.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Polanski. Did I see any other indications? Assembly Member Polanski, would you like to...
Thank you very much. Unsurprisingly, when the Conservative group say they couldn't disagree with this anymore, I couldn't be any more passionate about this idea, and that's alongside my Green Party colleagues, both in this hall and more widely as well. Now, I think some of the arguments that have been made are interesting, and I'd love to rebut every single one of them, but I only have 2 minutes to do so. So the first thing I want to do is congratulate London Mayor Sadiq Khan for finally coming to a position where he's joining mayors in Liverpool, Manchester, West Yorkshire, and saying, now is the time for a universal basic income. Martin Luther King said that this could literally eradicate poverty, and surely that has to be something within this chamber that has to be a shared goal. Now, what I'm not hearing from you is that you don't want to eradicate poverty, so I'm not making a fake position. But what I am hearing is that this is too expensive. Well, I think we need to look at how expensive the broken system is right now, how dehumanising it is for people, both for people who are doing the sanctions and working in the job centres, and the people who are having to receive this and the way they're being treated. We saw during the pandemic how quickly people's circumstances can change, and it shouldn't be right that anyone could just be lurched into a crisis. We need to make sure we have a safety net for everyone so they have dignity. Now, to Assembly Member Garrett, you said you need to see the numbers, and I can appreciate this point. But I think it's not right for us to just come up with numbers. This is something we need to co-design with communities. So early next year, I'm going to be releasing a report looking at a piece of research in how we can reach out to communities and have these conversations about how in the future a universal basic income can look. But the big thing I would say is the argument is always this needs to be national. But if it's national, it's much harder to get those numbers because actually by going as local as possible within London and maybe even more local than that, that's the way you can have a trial where you can test these things at the most local way possible, prove proof of concept, prove what this does for people's nutrition, for women's empowerment, for education, all of which have been demonstrated in other cities around the world. Take those concepts and bring them to London. So I'd urge you to support this motion today because ultimately poverty is not a lack of character, it's a lack of resource, mainly time, but also money, obviously, and all of those things can be eradicated and can be changed.
You're
and as
over
elected
time.
members, that needs to be our priority.
You're over time. Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, would you like to sum up?
Yes, I would. I believe that this is a step forward for London and a step forward for this country. And we have to be the city that leads this. Now, Assembly Member Polanski has said passionately just the reasons why we need to make sure that we are doing this so that we are ending poverty for good. And that is the basis of this motion. It's about looking forward to the future and giving hope to Londoners. There have been examples in Alaska, Spain, Finland. There have been countries who have shown that UBI is working for better parent-child relationships, better child mental health care, less drug abuse, mental health generally, enthusiasm for marriage even, and lower hospital rates. So there is plenty of evidence even to say that this approach, by reducing poverty, can save up to £78 billion. There is evidence that domestic abuse can be reduced, again, saving up to £66 billion. Reducing fraud and error in the benefit system could save up to £8.6 billion. Reducing poverty can reduce crime. Improvements in mental health can be reduced by £118 billion on mental health in the UK. So there are lots of figures out there to support this motion and the basis for this trial. UBI can make a difference, and I can see the complexities of saying there will be some people who will not need that money. Absolutely. There are different ways of doing UBI, a guaranteed income, breaking down the barriers so that those people that you're concerned about, Assembly Member Bailey, they can be factored into the approach that we have. There are ways of making sure that we do make sure there is no one missing out and no barriers. And that's what the trial is there for, is to make sure that we get it right and that we make sure that we make a difference. And essentially that's what we're here today to do. In the London Assembly, we should be listening, and Londoners are telling us it's not working right now. We've got to fix this system.
Thank you very much. I'll now put the motion 3.2, 4.2, or whatever number it is, on universal basic income to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes in favour, Chair.
All those against the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 against, Chair. That is lost.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Moema. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. It's just ticked down on the 3 previously.
Tick down on the 2 for mine, Chair.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes if you refresh it, Assembly Member.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
We now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Moema, described as supported housing sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And there were some amendments from the Conservative group, which I'm happy to accept. So this motion speaks to a piece of work that we are doing in the Housing Committee. We have a 2-part scrutiny into supported and exempt accommodation, and completely coincidentally this has coincided with the work that's being done in Parliament, and it's being led by Bob Blackman, the private member's bill about regulating the rogues alongside Crisis, the well-known housing charity. So just on terms of supported accommodation, we know that it provides a crucial service and often housing some of the most in-need Londoners, for example, domestic abuse survivors or those experiencing homelessness. But the majority of those supported housing provides excellent support, which enables residents to move into more secure, permanent accommodation. Although I do, and I think members of the committee as well do, have concerns about the growth of non-commissioned exempt accommodation, which we know little about, and councils often lack the powers to enforce against providers to ensure decent standards. This type of accommodation is exempt from the housing benefit cap, so private providers can and do charge high rents, sometimes as much as £700 a week, with the understanding that this is to provide additional support to the vulnerable people that they house. A recent report by the Select Committee for Levelling Up Housing and Communities has found the system of exempt accommodation to be a complete mess. The committee has detailed shocking cases of neglect and found that the system is letting down residents at the expense of the taxpayer. And in fact, when we heard evidence the other day, we had heard in the extreme 2 murders that had taken place in exempt accommodation. So it's really, really critical for us here in London. And so we know that the system is being exploited by a growing number of landlords who continue to charge these high rents without providing the appropriate level of support for their residents and the needs to meet their needs. The Housing Committee recently heard from councils that they have little information about private, non-commissioned housing in their boroughs and lacked the powers to ensure that these providers were meeting the support needs of their residents. So in addition to that point that I have raised about the murder, there have also been domestic abuse survivors who are housed in mixed-sex shared housing, which is clearly inappropriate if you've been a victim. And so there is obviously a need to get on top of this issue and to regulate the sector to make sure that public funds are being used to provide effective support for those who need it most. And I was pleased to see that the Supported Housing Regulatory Oversight Private Members Bill passed its second reading in Parliament last month, and it's important that we all put on record our support for Crisis' campaign in favour of this bill. And so I urge all of you here today to support this motion, and I urge the government to continue to support the legislation to set it as a regulatory framework for supported and exempt accommodation.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark, to second.
I formally second and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member, I've seen indication from Assembly Member Bailey.
To move his amendment, Chair.
Does it have to be moved if it's accepted?
If it needs to be moved to be accepted, if that makes sense, Chair.
Sorry, you do have to move it. Sorry about that.
I'd like to move an amendment. Do I then just say thank you for accepting? Thank you for accepting it. And look, the first thing to say is we strongly welcome the principle of this motion you've brought forward here. This is one of the times where the Assembly speaks, I hope, in unanimity about a very important issue. And it also points to the value of the Assembly in bringing this motion forward and pursuing these things. I also want to pay tribute to Bob Blackman, who has a record of pursuing changes in housing law to help Londoners and other people as well across the country. Like I say, the principle of this bill is to keep the most vulnerable Londoners, and by extension people outside of London, safe, and we really welcome that. So we on this side of the room will definitely be voting for this. Thank you very much for tabling this.
Thank you. And that motion is seconded by Assembly Member Best.
Formally second.
Thank you. We love you.
And thanks.
No other contributions are indicated. Assembly Member Clark, would you like to sum up?
Just very briefly, because it sounds like we all agree. I mean, as we've heard from Sam, and I'm sure as we've all seen as Assembly members, there's some absolutely shocking examples of supported exempt accommodation in London, which have recently come to light, with vulnerable residents being exploited by their landlords and being scared to report their treatment as they have nowhere else to go. I'm therefore seconding this motion, and I hope we can all support this motion. And thank you to Sam for her work and for bringing this motion.
Before I bring in Assembly Member Moema, does anybody else want to speak? No. Assembly Member Moema, to sum up.
Not even a minute, really, but just to say thank you all for your support and to really push the point about the second part of this scrutiny that we are doing. And as a baby public affairs officer, I have worked alongside Bob Blackman and Crisis in the past, and have seen some really good things that he's done on a cross-party basis. The Homelessness Reduction Act was really, really pivotal, I think, for lots of local authorities. Obviously, we'll have a separate conversation about funding some of those measures that are taken at Parliament, but they have real-life impacts on people in London. And I really hope that we can continue this piece of work beyond that session, because it has massive implications for millions of people in London. Thank you.
Right, thank you for that. I'll therefore put the motion to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Looks like it to me. Thank you. The next motion concerning a hostile environment is being proposed by Assembly Member Desai. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As politicians, we are responsible for the language we use. Our speeches, our writings, and our debates are there to try to make a difference and encourage people to act. And so when language is used in an irresponsible way, it is our responsibility to call it out, to not stay silent, but to speak up and challenge, to highlight the impact words can have. And I do believe that colleagues, particularly in the Conservative group across the chamber, some colleagues anyway, have the same concerns that I have about the use of language. When the Home Secretary said the country faced an invasion from people seeking asylum, she knew the impact these words would have. It is no accident. It is inflammatory and aims to turn people against others. We saw this type of language rear its ugly head again this week, with some far right-wing commentators talking about London being a minority white city. Now, besides this being false, it is exactly this type of ear-splitting dog whistle politics that intends to divide communities. Politicians can and must do better. Nobody is trying to shut down debate, but we can discuss these issues whilst remembering the humanity and lives behind each individual, regardless of where they come from. Because if we cannot do that, the only people that benefit from the dehumanizing of these asylum seekers are the criminal gangs who profit from individuals' desperation. This motion also notes that the very language is having consequences to the immigration system today. On the 19th of November, a man died after entering the UK on a small boat 7 days earlier. According to the Home Office spokesperson, hospital tests indicate, quote, diphtheria may be the cause of the illness, unquote, in the case of the man who died at the mentioned centre. Now, I urge politicians to be careful with their language, so I would be careful with mine. A post-mortem examination and coroner's investigation are ongoing. We do not know the full results. The centre has since been shut down, and reports of overcrowding and outbreaks of disease. These are reports that has now been reopened. We saw earlier this month dozens of people that had previously been in the mentioned centre arrive in London without food accommodation. That means people are left vulnerable in the cold of winter. The Mayor has rightly asked for a review to ensure this never happens again. And I worry that language we see being used by politicians is creating the environment in which these injustices happen. Such language creates a charged environment, and this can, unwittingly maybe, does nothing to discourage would-be attackers from carrying out attacks like the one we saw at the mentioned centre. As Sir Mark Rowley said this morning, and I quote, it is important that anyone involved in public debate is measured in their language, recognizing the way ideology fits on the increasing polarity of public debate. So let us change the situation. As an Assembly, we can add our voice to call for a review into the failure of duty to asylum seekers in the Home Office's care. And we also call for a fair, points-based immigration system that works for our city and our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema to second.
I second and reserve my right.
Thank you. I've seen Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you, Chair. Words matter, which is why we will be supporting this motion. But here are some more words that we need to say a lot more. Immigration is good. Asylum seekers and refugees need safe and legal routes. Lift the ban so that asylum seekers can work in the UK. So it is with some disappointment that I have to mention that the Labour Party leadership were telling businesses to wean off immigration dependency. Even Nigel Farage said Labour are now to the right of the Tories on immigration. So language does matter, words matter, and I think we all need to be wary of that. And I'm pleased that the Liberal Democrats will always use their words to support all refugees and asylum seekers. So yes, we will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall.
Thank you, Chair.
When I listen to you, Anmish, just now, I go straight back to the wonderful words for Assemblymember Best. It is very difficult for us to hear you commenting on language when we are constantly called scum by Labour politicians and Labour activists. And that's not good. And the scum is completely different. The Home Secretary, Suella Braverman, referred to people coming in on the South Coast as an invasion. People that live on the South Coast, I think that's how it felt to them. And therefore, I would suggest that's the thought and the thrust of what she was saying. And I would suspect that if you lived on the South Coast and saw lots of boats coming toward you, you would liken it to an invasion. The point is we have to try and stop those boats for everybody's sake, to keep people safe. Now, we don't agree, therefore, with the first part of this motion, but there's a lot in this motion that we do agree with. But given the comments about our Home Secretary, we will be abstaining. But be assured, there are some parts of this we absolutely agree with.
Assemblymember Best.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I thought Assemblymember Bailey was before me. I just to continue that thought, unfortunately we will have to abstain because while there are several bits of this that I do agree with and our group agree with, the tone, and I think there's a slightly, with good intention, perhaps a confused tone in here, and I'm not quite sure what we're getting at because we start with the inflammatory language, then we go on to the hostile environment policy, and then we're talking about asylum seekers and a fair and firm points-based system. And I'm not sure we're talking about asylum applications or are we talking about immigration, and I just felt a little bit confused with this. I also am a little bit confused, as I think it appears Assemblymember Bakari is, on Labour's position here, because I'm sure that Assemblymember Desai knows where the hostile environment came from. And I'm sure he knows that it was the immigration minister under the last Labour government that first proposed the hostile environment, and he coined the term flushing out illegal immigrants through the hostile environment back in 2007. So I'm sure he's aware of that, and I'm sure all other Assembly members from the Labour group are as well. So I'm just slightly confused on your position. I'm slightly confused on what we were talking about in the motion, and I think there's a thrust here, and I would certainly be the first to call out a failure of duty towards asylum seekers in the harshest terms. But given the tone, given the complexity of how this has been brought in with a number of other issues, I'm not quite sure in areas what we're talking about, and unfortunately we will have to abstain.
Assemblymember Bailey.
I want to make a plea for accuracy. If we're talking about politicians and inflammatory language, if you read this motion, it would seem like it's all one way, and that's clearly not the truth. And that's what puts me in a place of confusion. I think it needs to talk about all politicians, not just a particular politician. And also, when we talk about immigration, I think there's a greater call for accuracy here, because we've put asylum and immigration and economic immigration, all kinds of stuff, all bundled into one term, which is not fair. And that's why the public respond to these sort of words, because they're confused, because we are just heaping things in and in. So I'd make a plea for some accuracy, please, to allow people to support these things, because there's no doubt that the Home Office does have to have a very long, hard look at how it has dealt with these things. The duty of care that it owes to anybody who sets foot on the soil of this country clearly has been spotty to be kind about it, and they need to do something about it. But if we are to do the work of the Assembly, if we are to come together and be unanimous on things, we'll have to be clearer, more accurate, and less party political, unless, of course, the thrust is you don't want to come together, you just want to make a party political point. I don't say that as a slight, because obviously you were in here, we do party politics. But if you look at the motion before, the topic is so serious, we're able to put down our party colours. I'd argue that this is equally as serious, and we should be able to do it for this as well. So I personally will be abstaining as well.
Assemblymember Polanski.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I want to say to Assemblymember Desai, thank you for the comments you made on the floor. I massively agree, particularly about the inflammatory language. And we've seen successive Home Secretaries, particularly from the Conservative government, but I do take the point this came from a Labour government too, that have demonised migrants and asylum seekers and conflated the two things. And we should be protecting both, actually. We should be looking at a humanitarian migration system without conflating things. People seeking asylum need dignity, they need care, as does any human being. And I think the Labour Party should reflect on why Nigel Farage is saying that the Labour Party are now to the right of where UKIP was. And this is reflected in your motion. We won't be supporting this today because it calls for a fair and firm points-based immigration system around asylum. The idea of a points-based system around asylum is completely inhumane. We need to be making a positive narrative about immigration and about asylum. We should be talking about the contribution people make to our society. We should be looking at places like Canada that don't have a perfect system, but it's much better than ours, when they're literally welcoming nearly 500,000 refugees and migrants every single year and saying, actually, this makes our society better. And it's not just that we need people to contribute. We should be doing this because it's the right thing to do. It's the humane thing to do. It's the thing that we should be doing as human beings, respecting other people for their human dignity. So we cannot support any motion that talks about a points-based system, and we'll be voting this down today. Thank you. Against.
Against. We got that. Assembly Member Sheikh.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add a brief point that I wanted to put this conversation in the wider context of the Nationality and Borders Bill, which was passed earlier this year, and we had that conversation here in the Assembly. And I'm taking a slightly different approach, perhaps, to what I took that day, which is I'm actually wanting to appeal specifically to my Conservative colleagues and say that when we discussed that motion on the Assembly, you weren't whipped. And so what I was able to see clearly is that there is a diversity within your group, and I assume within your wider party, on this issue. And I think that the point that Assemblymember Desai is making with this is when we discuss immigration, asylum seekers, refugees, and their experiences here in the UK, we have to at all times now be looking at the consequences of the Nationality and Borders Bill and how that's affecting their treatment. Because actually just the other week, I was in Lewisham, where I'm a councillor in Assemblymember Duval's patch, and we were speaking to Gypsy Roma traveller communities who were saying they've already seen and felt an increase in the racism that they felt since the Nationality and Borders Bill. So I think language is really important, but also the wider context of this conversation. And what I would, and the inhumane conditions and treatments of those in immigration detention centres is well documented. And I think just the most recent example of Manson Detention Centre adds to that long list. So I really just wanted to make an appeal to my colleagues on the Conservative bench and say that internally, please, everything you can do, locally, regionally and nationally, to push to your colleagues as MPs or locally as councillors, back against what I see as increasing racism as a consequence of the Nationality and Borders Bill. And I think this motion is in the wider context of that in terms of more inflammatory language being used by the Home Office. We would really, really deplore you to go away and continue pushing on that.
Thank you. Assembly Member Moema, did you want to come in?
Yes, it's my seconding. Thank you. I won't be long. I just wanted to quickly correct something, if that's all right. Assembly Member Polanski said that we were asking for a points-based asylum system. It was a points-based immigration system in your speech. But nevertheless, it was just so this motion is important because focusing on the language and what we're calling for. I won't bore you with my origin story, but suffice to say my parents arrived here from overseas. My father was a political asylum seeker, but he was allowed to enter the UK on an aeroplane after having been given leave to enter. And I think that is really the crux of the matter here. We do need your right to separate asylum from immigration. It's really important that people are treated equally and fairly through the immigration system. And it's equally important that we continue to make the case that there is no such thing as an illegal asylum seeker. All people that seek asylum in this country have the right to do so. We as a country have failed those people because we're not allowing them ways to enter. And so people are taking the path of crossing the channel and on small boats as a last resort. Some of you might have seen last week Tim Lawton having an exchange with the Home Secretary, who admitted that there are no safe and legal channels into this country. And so that is really, I think, the crux of this, underpinned by the rhetoric that we hear in the media at a national level. It's really important that we, not only as politicians, that we moderate our language so we can have conversations about making sure people can enter the country when they arrive here, that they have dignity and that they can start new lives and contribute to the life of our great city and settle here. The final thing I would add is that I was at a school earlier this week, St Saviour's in Walthamstow, and it was a real pleasure to speak to those young people. They were really passionate about working in the local community to support young people that they know have arrived in Walthamstow. Be really quick. And they are young people living in hotels, and I want us to be able to make sure that we continue those conversations for future generations.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai, would you wish to sum up?
Yes, Chair. Thank you. I've heard listened to what colleagues, especially from the Conservative Party, have said, and I was hoping that we would rise above party differences. In fact, I was going to make the point, and I was going to refer to Assembly Member Best, when your question, very fair question to the Mayor, about the use of words like scum, and I think he said he was unequivocal in his condemnation of the use of such language and the harassment that people at your conference, I think it was last year, suffered. I think all language, any language of that type has got to be condemned. But let me also make it clear that abuse of the system, whether by individuals or by gangs, organized gangs, has got to be, we've got to come down harshly on it, because the people who lose out from such abuses are genuine asylum seekers, people flee persecution and conflict. So I'm very clear, this motion makes it very clear, we condemn abuses of the system. But this motion is about what's going on today. I mean, I could look back in history, and I wish the Conservative group had brought an amendment outlining your concerns. You've had this motion for some time, but you've chosen not to amend it, so I don't understand your bizarre position in abstaining. Although I disagree with the Greens' decision to not support this motion, but at least explain their reasons why, by abstaining when you could have brought in an amendment. But look, looking back in history, as I said, there have been, I'll talk about my own party in the 60s. Some of the immigration and nationality legislation we brought in the early 60s wasn't exactly, in terms of today's debate, progressive. And it was a conservative government led by Ted Heath that allowed 50,000 Ugandan Asians, who are not refugees, who are British citizens, to come to this country. But language does matter. This motion is primarily about the effect of the language we use. I still remember the late 70s, when talk of people being swamped by an alien culture. This was Margaret Thatcher. She wasn't yet Prime Minister then, but she was the leader of the Conservative Party. You read headlines in The Sun about Malawi Asians, all in the same month, I think, living in five-star hotels, which wasn't true. And the rise in support for the far right, principally the National Front at the time. And this is why language matters, and that's why I urge colleagues to rethink. People are abstaining and are voting against, to support the motion which condemns the use of inflammatory language by politicians, no matter where they come from, whatever party they belong to. But here we are talking about the Home Secretary, who should be more responsible than anyone else.
I think we've got the point. Thank you. Thank you, Assembly Member. Now I'm going to put that motion to the Assembly. All those in favour of the motion, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
All the
12 in favour, Chair.
All those against?
That is 3 against, Chair.
And that's it. That's carried. Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Hirani about World AIDS Day.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll speak to the motion accepting all of the amendments that have been put forward and tabled as well. So today is World AIDS Day, and it's an opportunity for us to come together to commemorate those who have died from AIDS-related illnesses and show support for those living with AIDS, and reflect on the huge progress that there has been in terms of treatment, prevention, and also management. Over 35 million people are estimated to have died of AIDS-related illnesses around the world, despite the virus only being discovered in 1984. While the UK provides one of the global success stories in dealing with the virus, it is still a huge issue impacting families across the globe. London has the highest levels of infections across any region in the country, and we welcome the Mayor's ambition to eliminate HIV transmission also in our city by 2030. That's why it's important we support this today as well. London currently far exceeds the United Nations target for diagnosis, treatment and transmissions. While we should celebrate progress, there still is a long way to go and a lot more work to do with communities as well in tackling stigma and discrimination. There are also large disparities between groups, with gay and bisexual men and those of black African ethnicity disproportionately represented in the statistics. and black Africans are also more likely to be diagnosed late, with 47% of diagnosis amongst this group being made at a late stage versus 39% for the white population. This motion is an important reminder that AIDS has not gone away, and we can do a lot more to educate and combat stigma and discrimination faced by those with the condition. I recognise in the amendment the Mayor's previous published responses on TFL advertising, but I think it's important we continue to push the Mayor to support this issue despite the responses that we've received so far. So I call on the Assembly to support this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to second.
I'll second it formally and reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Assembly Member Harani. And I'll just quickly add that the ending of new HIV transmissions by 2030 is certainly possible, but it's not inevitable, and it does require us to continue to act and continue to act in a big way as well. And the part that I believe that we can play through London is ginormous, and that does take the Mayor to fully commit to his manifesto commitments to do so. And unfortunately, he needs to be slightly more proactive, because London really is a big solution in this, with the highest proportion of HIV diagnoses in England, and 37% of newly diagnosed cases in 2020 being here in London. We know precisely where those communities are in London that we really need to target, and so that's why I keep talking about a TFL campaign, because I think that could be really beneficial in those boroughs. So thank the Assembly Member for bringing this motion today, and to give our groups wholehearted support as well. Thank you.
Assembly Member Devonish to second the amendment.
Reserve my right to speak later.
Thank you. Assembly Member Pigeon.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for bringing this really important motion today on World AIDS Day. The London Assembly has a really strong track record of work in this area, including backing the National AIDS Memorial in London and supporting access to and the rollout of PrEP in the capital. And I'm proud to be a patron for the National AIDS Memorial, which is now making real progress, with a tender for the artist going out next year and the unveiling of the memorial likely to be in 2025. So we have come some way there in remembering people. But the motion rightly points out that the majority of people living with HIV in London are diagnosed and receiving treatment, which is good, but that black Africans are disproportionately represented, and nearly half are diagnosed late, as my colleague has already said, compared to white Londoners. It's therefore really important that the Mayor works with the boroughs to ensure all Londoners can access free home HIV testing, and that testing and early diagnosis are promoted, and that we all work really closely together to fight the stigma that still exists around HIV and AIDS. So we're very happy to support this motion today.
Thank you. Assembly Member Polanski.
Thank you, Chair. Today is World AIDS Day, and it is time to eradicate all new cases of HIV. Thank you very much for bringing forward this motion. I think it's clearly bringing the Assembly together in what is a really important issue. I think we've seen over the last few years with the pandemic what happens when everyone turns their attention to vaccines, to public health education, to bringing things together, and this really needs to happen with this HIV as well. I think when I think about friends of mine who are HIV positive, they talk sometimes about the stigma that still exists and the effect this has on their mental health. And I know from talking to Terence Higgins Trust, one of the really important campaigns they're talking about is undetectable equals untransmittable. The idea being that if someone is living with HIV and they're taking regular medication for it and they're being seen within that system, they cannot transmit HIV. And it's really important, I think, that the public know this, which is exactly why we're going to be supporting the amendment as well, because I think that's a really important aspect to this, making sure that we're doing everything within the Mayor's powers to encourage this public health education, especially on the tube, for instance. HIV and AIDS is a terrible part of our history, and it needs to be honoured and respected in the present on days like today, but it doesn't need to be part of our future. And I think coming together, it is possible to eradicate new infections of HIV, and we really should be doing everything we can to do so. So we'll be very thankfully supporting this motion.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Cooper, do you wish to contribute?
Thank you, Chair. Just a few points. I think the contributions from the floor and the helpful amendment show that the Assembly is completely united on World AIDS Day today. It's not that long from the time when some of us had the pleasure of seeing tombstones popping up on the telly and all being told that we mustn't die of ignorance. So whilst there has been a lot of scientific advances and the treatment of HIV and AIDS is now extremely possible, and we can protect people living with HIV from discrimination. Whilst we do understand so much more about the condition, there's still a lot of people who still don't know enough, and there are still some people who are not protecting themselves and others. And so we do still need to challenge that discrimination and the stigma that faces some people living with HIV. As Assembly Member Hirani outlined, there are also inequalities in terms of transmission and in terms of treatment. Those inequalities are not inevitable. They can and should be tackled. That's why it's really vital that all Londoners, as Assembly Member Pigeon was saying, have access to free at-home testing kits, and call on the Mayor to continue working with the boroughs to make this a reality. Opt-out testing, where patients are tested in hospital unless they choose to opt out, has been found to really significantly decrease transmission between mothers and children. So that is being rolled out in a lot of A&E departments across London, and I think we should welcome that too. With 42%, however, of diagnoses still being made late across the whole of the UK, it's vital that that opt-out testing should also be provided not just in A&E departments, but GP surgeries as well as sexual health clinics. It needs to be made as easy as possible for everybody. We need to be grateful for the progress that has been made, but we do need to celebrate the past, which is why it was also welcome to hear what Assembly Member Pigeon said about the AIDS Memorial.
Now over time.
If you want to vote for a rainbow plaque that honours somebody or a venue that was associated with the pandemic, the AIDS pandemic, do go online and find it, hashtag rainbow plaques.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devonish, did you want to contribute?
I just say, Chairman, I wanted to thank all the London Borough public health teams for the work they do. They've done some amazing work in this area, particularly with the NHS, and it was an honour to be the first Westminster Cabinet Member for Public Health a decade ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Best, is there anything you wanted to add? No? Thank you. Assembly Member Hirani, to sum up.
Thank you. I think I'd just like to welcome all the contributions from members across all political parties. Looks like we're going to have unanimous support for this motion. And while I had the microphone, I just wanted to also plug, slightly party political, but actually the Shadow Health Secretary today announced that the Labour Party will be committing itself to equal fertility access across equalising and committing the Labour Party to equal HIV.
Assembly Member, is your microphone on?
Yes, yes.
Is it?
The red light.
Oh, the red light. I do apologise, the indicator wasn't on.
You need to push it down.
You need to
yank it down.
You need to push the...
Are you content? Sorry.
It's on at the bottom.
Apologies for that interrupting that Assembly Member, but
the physical microphone needs to be pushed down.
Can I now? We did. I just wanted to make sure London heard that point as well. If we can now put that motion to the vote, all those in favour, please indicate.
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you. We next move on to a motion concerning the cost of living crisis in the name of Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much. There are two elements to this motion, Chair. Speaking up for Londoners and arguing for a fair allocation of resources, but also raising the conditions and using an example of how politicians can play a divisive game over the allocation of resources and misrepresent some of the issues. This motion is about the pro-poor side of that issue in the debate, but you can equally see it in the north-south debates that we have in terms of the country. And we should be careful of this because, you know, we've seen the consequences of unfair treatment towards London. I think we can see that quite well in terms of negotiations about during COVID and about how TfL was treated differently than other parts of the country. We can see it also in terms of some of the mitigation about ULEZ schemes outside London in terms of the government's attitude here towards London. We have some issues. The facts speak for themselves in the motions, and in terms of that, it's short-sightedness by those just thinking London is paved with gold, therefore does not need resources. London is not. London is a place of many places and many communities, some facing more challenges than others. And of course we need to make priorities. I don't wish to take resources from other parts of the country. I want London to continue supporting other parts of the country. I think it's important that we do so when we can. What I argue for is the fair allocation of resources and for London to be treated properly and appropriately in the allocation of those resources. The short-sightedness of all these policies and where there are anti-London policies is that it will slow down our economic recovery in the coming years in terms of where we need to do, because London makes that contribution to UK PLC and long may it continue to do it. But if there continues to be a drain of taking resources away from London, then we will be held back and the country will be held back in terms of any growth. Equally, I want to make sure that our poorest members of society here in London also get a chance of some of those opportunities that other Londoners get. I don't want them to lose out in the way that some of these resources that are not being allocated to London, we are doing so on national programmes, and we need to fight and speak up passionately about that for all Londoners in this chamber as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I'll call on Assembly Member Ahmad to second.
Chair, I formally second and reserve my rights.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers? Loads of them. Oh, who did I see? Assembly Member Devonish first.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I can almost agree with every word of A.M. Duval, apart from one point. He talks about misrepresentation. The reality is it's a narrow line to walk. The reality is we know that London has many problems and many challenges, and he's right in saying not every street in London is paved with gold, and there are real pockets of deprivation in London. But nobody other than the Labour Party can pretend that this government doesn't know that. The Chancellor lives in my constituency in Pimlico. The Prime Minister used to live in Earl's Court before he moved to Downing Street. They are well aware from it. And they're also well aware that in total public spending in London is £173 billion, the highest regional amount. Now, of course, we agree that we are always going to lobby for more. We should do. We are London elected representatives. But, you know, the issue that there's misrepresentation, if there is any at all, it has to come from the Labour Party. We all agree we're here to protect the most vulnerable. All I'd ask is the Labour members support the Mayor in focusing on the job of the Mayor of London rather than spending 98% of their time attacking the government.
Assembly Member Garrett.
Thank you, Chair. I think, you know, when I looked through the motion, when I first started looking through it, I couldn't really find anything to disagree with, and I assumed I'd be voting in favour of it. And then I get to the end, and we come to this problem of misrepresentation. I mean, we're very familiar with the idea that people outside of London, you know, like perhaps some others in this chamber, I grew up outside of London, which is why I talk a bit funny. We're familiar with the fact that people outside of London think that those of us here are all super rich and wealthy and the streets paved with gold. But I think, you know, we spend time across party busting that myth. My concern is that what we don't want to do is start introducing a new myth, which is that everyone outside of London is wealthy. You know, I grew up in a market town, which people might imagine is affluent. The bit I grew up in was a council estate, not so affluent. And in a strange, we're very familiar as well within London, not just London as a whole, bits of London that have a reputation of being very wealthy. They have very high status, prestigious names. We know that in those places there are people who are not in any way high status or prestigious, living very difficult lives. And my concern with this is that the bit at the end is sort of urging us to oppose a policy that's not really true and building our own counter myth that outside of London they don't need money because they're all affluent. And I think it is right, and I think we would have cross-party support for standing up for London, for making sure that it's understood that London needs money, that London, while wealthy in parts, is also not wealthy in parts. I'm just concerned that we don't, ironically, exactly as Assemblymember Duval was saying, don't create this divisive narrative that nobody anywhere else needs any money because they're all loaded, and if it sounds like an affluent market town in somewhere Shire, they must all be living in mansions. And we know perfectly well that that's not true. And so that's my concern with this motion. It's the reason why I won't be voting for it, because while I agree with all of the parts of it which are positive about London, I don't think we have to be negative about everywhere else in order to be positive about London. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, perfect. Well said. Assembly Member Garrett, you've got perfect timing. It's what comes with it's what comes with him being the whip, I suppose. He's not allowed to. Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm roughly where Assemblymember Garrett is. We all know, and I was, unlike Assemblymember Garrett, I was born and raised in London. I come from one of the poorest communities in London, so I very much recognise the fact that the streets of London are not paved with gold. Some of you may know I was a youth worker for many years, for over 25 years, and one of the greatest pleasures was taking people from London out into the rest of the country. And one of the things you quickly discover is rural poverty, regional poverty is real. My boys often used to talk about the fact that they were even poorer than us. So this is unfair and misrepresents a policy that does not exist, because it talks as if London is not getting its fair share. Remember, only 13% of the country uses public transport, but yet more than 50% of the spend is here in London. The per capita spend on each person is higher in London than any other region of the country. So while we do all know that London has serious levels of poverty, maybe some of the poorest places in all of Europe, it isn't fair to start a fight between London and elsewhere by suggesting that they are getting the money that we are owed. That is not fair, and that's what this suggests by talking about a policy that does not exist. And that's why I can't support it, which is an awful shame, because it does talk to the reality of many communities in London, but the last bit means it's beyond the pale for me. Thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you, Chair. So there's two parts of this that I want to address. And the first was the actual motion itself, which I had a real problem of, because that word relinquish, like there's a policy that exists, and that is the thing that scares people in itself. If you're trying to pretend that there is this policy that exists when it doesn't, that's one reason. And then the second thing is this thing about in favour of affluent towns, and as we know, poverty exists everywhere. There's many people that will come in as tourists into London and go to places like Chelsea and Kensington and say, look at this affluent town, and we all know that that isn't the case. So to push the myth that outside of London it's somehow different, and in affluent towns, there's these weird affluent towns in England where poverty doesn't exist, where people aren't deprived and they don't need assistance, is crazy. And to put that in a motion just shows sheer, I think, ignorance to the issue. Then there's what you said in your statements, which went a little bit off the hand as well, to show the real thing you want to push this is because you want to push your agendas. You want to suggest there's some sort of anti-London agenda in government. The only anti-London agenda sits right there when we have mayor's question times and plenaries. It's the mayor of this of London. Actually, what did Andy Burnham, the mayor of Manchester, say about the TfL deal? He said he would bite your hand off for that deal. And when we look at per capita spending, where is it the greatest? Yes, again and again and again. It's in London, and for good reason, but it is in London. But not only does London remain to have the biggest per capita spending, it's gone up. It went up by 31% this financial year. That's another £41 billion. So money isn't leaving London. London has got the biggest increase of any region. So I'll say it again, London got the biggest per capita spend increase of any region. So not only does it already have the biggest increase, it got the biggest increase again last year. So this idea that you're pushing is completely wrong. So London London will succeed and London will be invested in by this government, but what we need is a new mayor up there.
Thank you. Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. The cost of living crisis is also a low wages crisis. And what is not a misrepresentation of Assemblyman Davenish, is that the fact that the Amazon workers are being offered a paltry 35p an hour wage increase. You might as well not offer them anything. And I believe that the Mayor of London has written to Amazon expressing his concerns. What is it that makes our public sector workers, like the nurses, contemplate strike action? So it is a low-wage crisis. And Chancellor may have lived in Earl's Court, and the Prime Minister and the Chancellor in Pimlico, but I doubt whether they actually understand what a low-wage crisis means for working Londoners. So I just want to make that point, Chair.
Assembly Member, nobody else. Assembly Member Ahmad, did you want to come back?
Oh, yes, I do. So, very, very simply, the evidence speaks for itself. In the first round of the Levelling Up funding, wealthy Bromsgrove received £148 per head, while Hackney, a London borough, which is one of the poorest boroughs in the country, received 16p per head. We talk about anti-London. I think the TfL funding. So can you let me speak? I mean, you get your turn, or you had your turn. Perhaps you let me finish now. Let's talk about anti-London. TfL, where Londoners did absolutely the right thing. We didn't use the transport system during the pandemic. We were told not to. We didn't do it. The fares then completely crashed, so the funding crashed. This happened across the country. All transport authorities across the country, and also the private rail and bus companies, got really good funding from London so that they could carry on. And TfL got ridiculous every 6 months. It's literally a hand-to-mouth existence type of funding. So that is a complete lack of recognition that 23% of the GDP of this country is actually generated in London. So I can't see much more anti-London than that, actually. I think that's a really good example. And our Prime Minister, we've had a reference to the Prime Minister who lives in London, but I bet he doesn't live in Peckham or actually has a property in Peckham or anything like that. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, that he would happily move money out of deprived cities to places such as Tunbridge Wells. I rest my case.
Yes.
Chair, can I just have a point of order for the people of wealthy Bromsgrove? The average wage in wealthy Bromsgrove is 24,000. In Hackney, it's 33,000.
Assembly Member, thank you so much, but that's not really a point of order.
Sorry, that was
it usually isn't, Chair.
You and I both know you made that up. So then, finally, I'd like to call Assembly Member Duval.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, let's begin with Assembly Member Garrett first. You don't need to apologise for your accent. I come from London and I speak funny. So in that sense, that's where we are. I never expected the Tories to vote for this motion. They've never stood up for Londoners in this chamber at all. They've played the politics. They've played the politics of issues. So I tell you, so they talk about ultra-low admission zones and how bad that is. When their government proposed a congestion charge that was going to clobber more people because of the bailout deal with TfL, you were silent. You were silent. You never spoke up. It was for the mayor. It was for the mayor to do it and challenge it back in the newspapers along with everything else. You don't understand it. You don't get it. You've sold the pass. You've told us you're willing to have money taken away. Every Tory government that's going to be in there, come look in, we'll take it away from London because the Tories say it's all right to. You misunderstand the concept about fair allocations of money and when. It's not about lobbying for more. It's about lobbying what's right. And then we can talk about, are we spending it on the right things? It's about the fair allocation that should come to London. And I think you missed the issue is about the politicians. I could talk about Andy Burnham. I've got a great deal of respect for Andy Burnham, a great champion for the North. Do I think sometimes his rhetoric about London is very good in terms of politics of North and South? No. Do I do that? I would criticise that. You can't even bring yourself to criticise when the Tories dump on you. Your national Tories dump on London, and you think we should accept it? Of course we shouldn't. Of course we shouldn't. Of course we shouldn't, but we should have confidence. And in that sense, I want to help other parts of the country. I don't mind. If London's got cash that can be redistributed once we've had a fair allocation, we should support Scotland.
Could you bring your comments to a close?
And other issues. So I never expected Tories to support this motion. Look at the facts. It's about fair allocations and fair deals for Londoners. That's why it should be supported. Thank you.
I allowed you 20 seconds heckle time there. So.
Thank you very much. I love the heckling. I love the heckling.
Right. All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Deval, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate. I thought you were voting against.
No votes against, Chair. That motion is carried. Motion 3.7.
Yeah. Some order, please. Some order. Thank you.
Bit's true. It's just the last bit that's
So let's move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Ahmed about proposed cuts to BBC Radio London. Assembly Member Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. I do seem to be on my feet a lot this afternoon. I'm bringing this motion to the Assembly to highlight the cuts to local BBC Radio and the services that are facing these cuts. These cuts would weaken the quality of local content and harm local democracy. At its best, the BBC is one of the finest institutions that we have in this country. It's respected around the world and provides vital content and information. The BBC's mission, as set out in its Royal Charter, is to act in the public interest, serving all the audiences through the provision of impartial, high quality and distinctive output and services which inform, educate and entertain. And that's what our local radio stations do every day. Now there is a context and driver for these cuts. The BBC is facing financial pressures as the licence fee has been frozen during the cost of living crisis, with inflation rising that creates a challenge. BBC chiefs have decided that digital services have to be prioritised over local radio content. Digital services are clearly important, and we wouldn't want to downplay the need for media providers to reach audiences through these platforms. However, digital services should not be the only way. The promotion of digital should not lead to cuts to BBC Radio London. Local radio has a crucial role in covering democracy, and for democracy to work, locality and regionality matters. Local radio can inform us as politicians on significant topics and allows residents to stay informed about key regional and local issues. It allows us to speak to residents and gives them a public platform to question what we have to say. The service is at the core of our local democracy as it allows citizens to understand and scrutinise the work that we do here at the London Assembly. We saw a fantastic example of the punch that local radio can pack just recently in the round of interviews with Liz Truss. Having local reporters able to ask specific area questions was more powerful than a regional or national service could be. I know members in the Chamber may also have been contacted by unions on this issue, and I thank BBC London Regional News Chapel of the National Union of Journalists and the BBC London Chapel of Beck2 Union for bringing this to our attention. I want to end this by saying that it's not a topic only being debated here. At 10 o'clock this morning, MPs on the Digital Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee had BBC directors in front of them discussing the issue. It's not a done deal, and it's an area where politicians from across London can come together with employees and others to prevent these cuts. We want to put the Assembly's support for a local radio station on record and ask the Mayor and Chair to write to the BBC leadership to rethink. I hope you will support this motion.
Thank you. Assembly Member Sheikh, please.
Thank you, Chair. I second the motion, reserve my right.
I've got Assembly Member Russell wishes to contribute.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this very important motion. With a society that can feel fragmented and lonely, it's really important that people can tune in to a local radio station and feel part of their local area. Many of the weekend shows that face being cut focus specifically on underrepresented communities. Popular local African, Caribbean and Asian shows risk being axed. And these shows are crucial for telling the kinds of stories that nobody else will tell. Local radio shows should be protected, not only because of this, but also because they're led by talented presenters who have specialised expertise on where they live and work, offering important news, entertainment, and most importantly, companionship to nearly 6 million listeners. Now, the Green Group will support this motion because in our work representing Londoners, the issues we take up are often locally and regionally significant with a real impact on people's lives. And as AMs, we rely on BBC Radio London to be able to communicate the work we do and to reach out to Londoners to make sure we hear their voices and get to ask the questions that Londoners need asking here in City Hall. So we are supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. I used to work for BBC Radio London. My first job was the late night shifts with Eddie Nestor, just after the September the 11th attacks, actually, during the Iraq War. And we took on calls from Londoners all night long. One of my favourite guests that we had on regularly was a human rights lawyer called Sadiq Khan, who would contribute quite regularly. But also, I was part of the weekend show presented by Jaboka Fashola. We had a groundbreaking show where we had a gay Muslim, a gay Jew, and a gay Sikh all on the panel talking about their experiences. These are the kind of shows that we did. And we had a weekend show that broke ground as well. Notting Hill Carnival coverage will not be done better than any other radio station. And Valley Fontaine and many other presenters there had a unique contact with those people in Notting Hill, the pioneers. Anna O'Neill presented and reported when Grenfell happened, and the voices that she contributed to her broadcasts, again, could not be done by any other radio station. And I remember on the day of 7/7 London bombings, when the journalists were walking through the door after actually being on those trains talking about what had happened that day. We say that we're the voice of London, but local radio, BBC Radio London, is really the voice of London. Those hidden voices should always be heard, and without it, we will all lose out.
Thank you. Assembly Member Devenish.
Well, I can agree, I think, with every word that has been said, but there are two questions. Nobody's mentioned the Mayor of London. Is he actually going to do anything here? Is he going to actually, well, except for that, as the Mayor, is he actually going to do anything? Not when he was a human rights lawyer. Don't get me started on his record as a human rights lawyer. So I completely agree with what's been said, but of course the BBC is rather like the GLA. They have an enormous budget. They have choices. They can cut what's important, which the BBC local teams seem to be the victims here, or they can cut bureaucracy. The Mayor could learn from that as well.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to contribute? Therefore, I'll ask Assembly Member Sheik if she wants to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. And I would suggest to Assemblymember Devenish, if he's interested in what the Mayor can do in regards to this motion, he should vote for it, because it calls on the Mayor to write to the stakeholders that would have an influence on this decision. So hopefully we'll have your hand up when we take the votes a little later on. I wanted to start off by echoing my thanks to the BBC London Regional News Chapel and the National Union of Journalists and the BBC London Chapel and Beck2 Union for bringing this important issue to our attention. I'm really pleased to be seconding this motion to show how strongly the Labour Group would like to add our voice and our concerns to the idea of local BBC radio services being cut. Particularly in the context of coming out of the pandemic, I think people are more aware than ever how important their local context is, and they are particularly invested in how politics affects them locally, and local radio is an essential part of delivering that context to them. In addition, the Labour group are also concerned about how these cuts could affect jobs. The changes are likely to result in dozens of job losses, rounds of voluntary redundancies, and presenters having to reapply for their jobs. Some well-known local hosts are likely to lose their jobs in the process or have to take up joint producer-presenter roles. I would also like to build on the mission that Assemblymember Ahmed spoke to earlier when the BBC, one of the aspects of their mission is to, It's the mission is to act in public interest, serving all audiences. Now, a move towards digital services is part of the future, but we must make sure we do not leave people behind. There will be groups of Londoners, particularly older Londoners, that may not feel comfortable relying on more digital services at the expense of local radio. And we also know the extent of digital poverty highlighted in the pandemic is vast. And local radio is made for London, a city that celebrates its diversity. And we've heard from Sami Bakari what a diversity of shows and how exciting that can be and how it reflects the diversity of this wonderful city and the communities that make up our city. And that is better reflected in regional bespoke shows. So if we lost the BBC, if cuts were made to the BBC and we were to lose BBC London Radio, we would see
bring your comments to a conclusion.
A real deterioration in quality and service. So we hope that we can get cross-party support for this motion. We hope that the Assembly votes with us today on this.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Ahmed to sum up.
Thank you, Chair. Could I start with thanking Assembly Member Russell and Assembly Member Bakari for your comments, and I know that you speak for Londoners, and I know a lot of people at the BBC will be very grateful for those comments as well. And as for Assembly Member Devonish's comments, well, yeah, okay. Basically what we need to do is ensure that we keep these local radio stations because they are so important to local people. BBC Radio London, I've been on so many times, as has everyone in this room, I think, and we know that we are informing our constituents and other Londoners. And actually, I'm aware of somebody telling me that they were listening to me on BBC Radio London 6,000 miles away, so it's nice to know that I have that sort of reach.
It's all about the diet. It was your mum, wasn't it?
It wasn't my mum, actually. My mum tries not to listen to me, actually. So I do hope that we can come to a cross-party consensus on this. Thank you.
I'll put the motion to the meeting. All those in favour of the motion proposed by Assembly Member Ahmad, please indicate.
Is 10, 11, 12... is that unanimous, Chair? I believe that's unanimous.
I think that pretty much is, yeah. Okay, the next motion has been withdrawn, so we're going on to the motion in the name of Assembly Member Best regarding plastic waste in the tidal Thames.
I think we're going to buses, no?
It's been withdrawn.
Oh, it has, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Sorry.
It was a little bit too quick because I was in the wrong place, but apologies. I know wet wipes is what we've all been wanting to get to, and wet wipes is definitely not what we call each other out of this meeting, but it's what we're going to get out of the sea. So I had the honour not too long ago of attending the big wet wipe count with Port of London and Thames Tide Week. I know those are two groups, I should say, that I think have sponsored various events at our conference, and I believe at least Labour conference. I'm not sure about the other two, so I should put that on the record. But I've had the privilege of working with those two groups to do the big wet wipe count. And on that day, I went across to Hammersmith Bridge, onto the shore there, and you see what you believe to be kind of like some seaweed or debris or things like that. And as you're walking along the shore on these mounds and people begin to pick this up, and you see these literal islands of wet wipes, cotton buds, picking up these single use on our shores that are being flushed out into the Thames and ending up on the shore, it's really, really startling. And the thing is, there is an easy fix to this. I don't think anybody is dying to go and buy plastic wet wipes. No, I've never met one parent or user of wet wipes who says, I just love using plastic wet wipes. I won't use anything but. But the problem is these in supermarkets, they are not advertised as such, and they're still on the shelves. And so people are picking these up, not knowing the damage they're doing. And so there's actually currently a private member's bill from the MP for Putney, who is trying to get this sorted, and we want to support that here on the Assembly. I also want to pick up the work of the Environment Committee, I believe, from 2018. Probably some members who worked on that report, and thank you for that work, and again, push that. There is also a consultation on commonly used single plastics that the government has run, and we are eagerly awaiting the recommendations of that, and we would like to push them to release those, because those are two things that can really change things. And if we can just get plastic wet wipes off the shelves, it will have a massive, massive impact. And as I say, it will have very, very little effect on the public. I don't see any lobbying for people to continue to use wet wipes with plastic in, but they are doing serious damage, and I hope we can all come together to support this.
Assembly Member Polanski to second.
Wish to formally second and reserve my right.
Assembly Member Russell.
Thank you, Chair. The Green Group is very happy to support this motion, and I am particularly happy because it draws on the work that was started on the Environment Committee, which led to the 2018 Unflushables report, really worth having a look at. The focus on single-use plastics in our bathrooms led the committee to learn about the extent of plastic in everyday bathroom items, like wet wipes, which have 50% plastic. Period pads can be up to 90% plastic. Both these types of items are inappropriately flushed and end up on the Thames foreshore. No wet wipe, period or incontinence product on the market when the report was written disintegrates fully after flushing. They combine in sewers with cooking oil to cause drain-blocking fatbergs, and those that make it to the sewage treatment works escape into our rivers whenever there's a very heavy rainfall and the sewage gets released. And that is literally causing the banks of the Thames to change shape. Now, as Assembly Member Best said, labelling in supermarkets is inconsistent, and the messaging to bin and not flush these products is far too quiet. Now, we also learned about many reusable period products and reusable nappies and wipes which can help, and we learned about the need for bins in men's toilets to stop things being inappropriately flushed. But with worries about hygiene and cross-contamination during the pandemic, people who'd never even used wet wipe disinfectant wipes before began using them for the first time. We have them at all the sanitising stations in City Hall, and there's one literally just outside the door. The importance of binning, not flushing wet wipes cannot be overemphasised, yet packaging lacks the clear instructions, and I've very rarely seen a notice in a public place that advises people to bin and not flush. 2032 is 10 years away. It's a long time to wait for eliminating this very avoidable plastic waste.
Assembly Member, you're over time now, I'm afraid.
And, OK, I'll stop there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just read the last line. Are there any other contributions? Assembly... I beg your pardon?
Assembly Member Cooper.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also very pleased to speak in this debate. The Flushables report started as a seamless passage from when I was chairing the Environment Committee in 2018. We hadn't quite finished the investigation, and Assembly Member Russell completed the investigation as she became the chair and launched the report. However, and I am definitely going to name you, Assembly Member Bailey, you were serving on the Environment Committee at that time and were quite strenuous in your comments to say that if the feel, and we heard from a lot of people from business who were explaining exactly why we need to retain plastic in wet wipes, and you said that you supported that if that was what the customer wanted in terms of the feel of the wipes, and that you would support keeping plastic in wet wipes. So I'm hoping that the arrival of Assembly Member Best from May 2021, who is clearly an excellent environmental campaigner, has changed your mind, and I am going to not just hear a personal explanation, but I'm going to see you voting in favour of this excellent motion, which builds on the work that was being undertaken from 2018, when you and Assemblymember Arbour were the two members of that committee, and Assemblymember Arbour spent his time when we did an excellent piece of work on getting rid of single-use plastic water bottles, making lots of jokes about plastic milk bottles. So I'm really hoping that the whole of the Assembly Conservative group is now, including you, is going to be voting in favour of this excellent motion. Look, we really do need to be doing more. We need to be doing more quickly. I fully support one of my local MPs having this having this private members' bill. Actually, I'd rather it wasn't a private members' bill. I'd rather, and I would like to see the Conservative members here putting more pressure on the government so that the Office of Environmental Protection has more teeth and that we make more progress more quickly. I hope everybody here unanimously supports this motion. Thank you very much.
Assembly Member Bailey, did you want to write an
Absolutely,
explanation?
Chair. So I think what you'll find is when you find that report, you won't find a dissenting voice from me on that report. Or did I whinge? What did I say?
Read it in a second. I'll let him read it in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get to it in a minute. But the point is this: lots of representations were made to us about where, what, and why, and what should happen. The world has moved on, and despite all the jokes about plastic and milk bottles, Tony Arbour and I have. Tony's not here to defend himself. Tony and Arbour and I have both moved on with our views on not just this, but many things in the environmental arena. So yes, I will be supporting it. I was intended to support it, and the idea of calling me out as if I am some supporter of plastics, I find quite rude and disturbing. But of course, I can just go and buy a new car to make up for it, can't I? No, it's not.
Assembly Member Polanski,
you say how old the new car is going to be.
Sorry, please.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a point of clarification, which is in the Unflushables report, recommendation 6, I believe Assembly Member Cooper is referring to. The Mayor should write to the Environment Secretary supporting a ban for unflushable wet wipes that contain plastic and advise that only products that have passed a robust flushability standard are allowed on the market. Oh, there is a footnote from the GLA Conservative Group and UKIP. They dissent to this recommendation as they believe that through better communication of the effects of disposing of wet wipes via toilets and improved labelling, a reduction in the number of flush wet wipes can be achieved. Having said that, I am glad when people change their minds, so applaud for people change their minds. And on that, I think Assembly Member Russell said everything I wanted to say beautifully, so thank you.
Assembly Member Best.
Thank you. I heard there was a comment about there's hope on Assembly Member Bailey for ULEZ yet, but that's not true because we actually believe in environmental policies that benefit Londoners, don't hurt them, so that's not going to happen. We actually like policies that work over here. So I just want to say, yeah, thank you for the support across the table. It really is an important issue, and thanks to the Economy Committee that did do that work in 2018. Environment Committee that did do that work in 2018. And I really hope that we keep going and go forward with this issue because the private members' bill, like I say, is out. But it does need that support, it does need that push. There's clearly a lot on the table at the moment, but there are some really quick wins here, I think, that we should be pushing government to help us with, and as well as releasing that recommendations off the back of that consultation from the commonly used plastic consultation, and that will be so useful. So I thank you for the support today, but with so much going on in the world, I just would like to make sure people keep this on their radar and that we can keep pushing for more for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to put that motion proposed in the name of Assembly Member Best to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next motion is in the name of Assembly Member Polanski and it concerns the 70th anniversary of the Great Smog.
Thank you, Chair. Monday the 5th of December is 70 years since the Great Smog of 1952. 5 or 6 days which were much more than just a nuisance. This proved lethal to elderly people, young people, people with respiratory conditions. There's reports that undertakers were running out of coffins, florists were running out of bouquets. Now, some of this language is familiar to us because although the smog is often not present and we can't see it, air pollution is still very much an issue in London today. And that's why we really need to be moving faster on this. It's not that we're not taking action, but sometimes the action we're taking isn't urgent enough. And of course, so much of this has been through the relentless and tireless work of air pollution campaigners. And one of the ones who's come to prominence most recently, Rosamond Kissy Deborah, who of course tragically lost her daughter, Ella Roberta, at 9 years old, and the coroner reported for the first time in the world that air pollution was the cause of death. And we know that Ella's death was tragic, and so is any premature death that is happening as a result of air pollution. This is something that is unavoidable. There is no need in a modern city for people to be suffering from this, and of course the dire effect it has on people who have long-term health conditions, respiratory conditions, diabetes, the list goes on, and we need to listen to the scientists. Jenny Jones, a Green Party peer in the House of Lords, has been putting a bill called the Clean Air Bill, or more colloquially known as Ella's Law, which I think is very appropriate. That has been racing through the House of Lords, and Caroline Lucas, Green Party MP, will soon be taking that up in the House of Commons. I do call on anyone watching this, including those in the chamber and those at home who may see this, to write to your MP to encourage that bill to become law through the House of Commons. Finally, I want to say that we're not going to be supporting the Conservative amendment today. We don't believe that the Environment Act was a landmark bill. The World Health Organization guidelines put a limit on what is safe air, particularly around particulates, and that law does not meet those guidelines. So we need to be going much faster, and therefore, for children like Ella and for future generations, we need to make sure we're doing everything we can, and defending that law that doesn't do enough is the wrong thing to do. So we'd ask you to vote down the vote against the amendment and vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Cooper to second.
I'll second it formally and reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Assembly Member Best to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping to have the amendment accepted, but I would obviously like to hear Assembly Member Polanski why you don't want to call on the Mayor to do more, because the problem here with what I see in this motion and any motion I believe we bring to the Assembly, I think one duty of power we can have, one duty we have is to ask the Mayor to do things. We can always ask government to do things, and like seeing my previous wet wipe one, that was more about the government, but I do think where we can, we should always be asking the Mayor to do more. So I'd like to know why you negated to do that in your motion and why you didn't address the fact that you don't want to do that, as that's what we asked to do in the amendment. And that was the bit that was really important in this for us. So we could have actually taken out that middle bit if you didn't like it. The main thing was asking the Mayor to do more to address his failed targets on tree planting and to reviewing the zero-emission bus fleet with the target of making it more ambition in the light of the recent funding deal from the government, which, by the way, was something the Mayor said that he would do once he had a longer-term settlement. So now he has a longer-term settlement. We would like him to now come good on that promise and review to see if that he can be more ambitious. And that was the really prominent bit of this motion. So I look forward to seeing why you won't accept it. We will support this motion either way. We think it's an important bill, and we will be supporting that. But our intention was only to strengthen it, and so I look forward to hearing why we won't be strengthening it.
Assembly Member Devenish.
Well, I have to agree 100% with AM Best, as always. I'm always worried when the Greens wanted to be more Labour than Labour. Why can't we get the Mayor to do anything? You know, I know asking him to do more is impossible because it's the Mayor of London we're talking about. But he could actually do something. And, you know, AM Best has even given him the suggestions there. He could sort out the trees because, of course, he broke his election promise in 2016 on the number of trees he was going to plant. He could actually beat the city of Coventry, one of the smallest cities in the country, that's doing more on electric buses than he is doing. And of course, the other thing A.M. Polensky forgot to mention is the person that brought in this great Act of Parliament in 1953 was the then Conservative Prime Minister, Winston Churchill.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari, please.
We'll be supporting the motion, and as the Liberal Democrats did in the House of Lords recently. And it's not just about smog outside the House, it's smog inside the House too. And that element has been brought up by Rosamond, who has been an amazing champion to push through this bill. Now, clean air does include indoor pollutants, such as the pollution that you can get from wood-burning stoves, which I've mentioned before here. And yet, despite the campaigns from Mums for Lungs, the sale of wood-burning stoves has only increased. They have found that 19,000 complaints were made about toxic wood smoke and only 19 penalties have been issued by local authorities. Now, clearly, something is not going right. So the government's current approach is not effective, and therefore the Mayor and the government need to work better to raise public awareness about indoor pollutants as well. And I hope that all of you will agree with that point. But we will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Assembly Member Cooper, you reserved your right.
Thank you, Chair. I won't rehearse the points that Assembly Member Polanski has very helpfully run through, but we do know that the situation now is one where previously you could actually see the smog, but now the tiny particles and the gases are now invisible pollutants. So if we are really going to address the problems and issues that we have, particularly from vehicles, operational carbon, but also NOx and PM2.5, which are the really small particles leading to the 4,000 deaths a year, then we really do need to take action, which is why the Mayor, and I think, it's quite obvious that this is a decision that he's taken that is a difficult decision. And we know that the first Mayor of London also made some difficult decisions that were opposed to do with the congestion charge. The Conservatives also opposed the introduction of the ban on smoking in workplaces. There was opposition to the idea that money should be put on plastic bags being bought in shops, so that has reduced that. Smoking cessation has been a great success. The reduction in the use of plastic bags has gone down by 90%. So sometimes these difficult political decisions need to be made. And I think to describe the Environment Act as landmark legislation, I referred earlier on to the Office of Environment Protection. It doesn't have enough teeth. It doesn't have enough powers. We need the Mayor to be stepping forward and stepping up. And I think the motion already talks about that. Planting new trees is not as important as preserving existing trees that have a much bigger impact on the air, which is why support for the Green Belt is really important. And the idea that, we're behind Coventry, well, if we'd been given the money that Coventry has been given, then, I'm sure London would be moving as fast as Coventry is as well. I think we're doing as much as we can, and I think we need to be moving as fast as we can to address these threats, and I'm very happy to support the motion unamended. Thank you.
Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to withdraw my amendment, I think, and I'd like to put in a separate amendment, I think. She looks at Rebecca.
It's an amended amendment.
I'd like to delete the introduction of the 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraph under paragraph number 3. I'd like to delete that. And I'd like to keep the wording of the original amendment, but in the first bullet point I'd like to delete the word failed and replace it with 2016.
It's very different words.
That sounds a weird change, but if you read it makes sense. So the first bullet point will now read urgently addressing his 2016 tree planting target.
Is everybody clear about what the Assembly member has proposed?
So if you just put a big black pen through the fourth paragraph that I'd inserted.
Why don't you just read it?
Do you want me to read it?
Assembly Member Best, this now becomes...
Can we get an indication from the mover if you're accepting this amendment?
Do I give a speech or do I just say yes or no?
I think just say
yes.
Because I think as the seconder of the motion, I would be happy to accept the amendment as amended, if you understand where I'm coming from.
So any Assembly members not now clear what they're voting for? Is everyone's clear? So did I get you to sum up? Have you summed up yet? You haven't summed up yet, have you? Assembly Member Polanski to sum up.
Be quick back.
You're fine?
Chair, it might be helpful for you to run through exactly what Assembly Member Best was suggesting as well.
Please do.
Thank you very much, members. Assembly Member Best, correct me if I'm wrong in any of this. So, Assembly Member Best has withdrawn her original amendment. We have a new amendment on the table. The amendment is looking at Assembly Member Best's original amendment. There are 2 red paragraphs. It's to delete entirely that first red paragraph. And in the second red paragraph, the first of those bullet points, replacing the word failed with 2016. So that first bullet point in the new amendment reads, urgently addressing his 2016 tree planting target and setting out realistic metrics to achieve this. Is that correct, Assembly Member Best? So Assembly Member Polanski, as mover of the original motion, has accepted that amendment. It becomes an alteration, and so the vote that we will move to shortly is an amendment, is a vote on the motion as now altered. So just one vote.
Everybody clear? Yep. Okay, in which case I will put that amended motion to the altered motion to the Assembly. All those in favour, please indicate.
I believe that's unanimous, Chair.
Thank you.
We're having one of our best days.
Let's move on to the next motion in the name of Assembly Member Berry, averting a renting crisis.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to, I think, Assembly Member Sheikh, who's going to second it for me today on behalf of Labour. I really hope we can come to an agreement on this motion today, because private renters are in desperate trouble. We have lived through a housing crisis, a pandemic. We now face a cost of living crisis on top of that, and we have still not seen brought in the permanent new support, new rights that we've been promised for such a long time. We have needed these changes since well before both these crises hit. And at the moment, too many renters are struggling to survive renting in London with dignity and without a constant struggle to get through each day. Now, with winter approaching, we've got more than 1,000 households threatened with homelessness, being made homeless as a result of their landlord selling or reletting or simply not being able to afford rent increases. Their existing bills are going up alongside that. People are really just struggling to keep their lights on. They're sacrificing heating in order to save money. This stuff will only get tougher as the winter goes on. So for 28 years, I've been a private renter. And for 25 years of this, it's been in London. And ever since I was elected as a councillor, I've campaigned to get renters a better deal, particularly using the powers we have in this city and the powers we could get. And I know we've proposed motions on renting before, but things are really, really urgent in this crisis. And there are some things, in addition to re-emphasising the voice we've already expressed to the government, that we need to bring forward the measures they promised in terms of law. But there are some things in this motion that I think the Mayor can do as well. So those are things like trying to find every single bit of funding we can to help councils through extending the right to buy back programme, to help renters in households where their landlords are threatening to sell, giving those landlords, potentially distressed landlords, a way out that doesn't involve making the renters homeless. And then something we haven't done enough of, which is use our powers to put legislation into Parliament if the government keeps on refusing and keeps on delaying bringing things forwards. And then finally, setting up his rent commission, which he's promised to do once he gets the powers. But he could be doing that now. That rent commission could be doing really good work, looking at models of reform, making the case for reform for London as well. So I hope you'll all vote for this motion today. Renters really need to hear our voice again, because the crisis is dire. This winter is going to be so hard, and it's our job to stand up for those 2.5 million people, at least, who live in London in this very, very insecure tenure. Thank you.
Assembly Member Sheikh to second, is that right?
Yeah, to second, and then to reserve my right, please, Chair.
Thank you. I only have Assembly Member Bailey.
Thank you, Chair. Look, this motion has many, many brilliant things in it. Its whole notion to look at how we help people who privately rent in London be safe, be secure, have a secure place to live. That notion is great, and it's at the heart of what it is to just be able to rub along and make your life work. And also, where it points at the government to bring forward the things that is promised, are also the right things to do. We renters have been promised these things for a long time now, and the government is remiss. It needs to pull its finger out and get these things done. There is no doubt about that, and that I can support. But like many of the motions, it is ruined by one point, and the point is ruined and utterly ruined by is rent control. Rent control hasn't worked anywhere in the world. It's never worked. In fact, one of its most egregious upwellings is the fact that it destroys supply, the very thing that Londoners need. And the more and more that this chamber and the Mayor of London talk about rent control, the speedier rents rise in London. If you look what's happening in Scotland now with their rent controls, there's professional bodies telling people to raise their rents now because they won't be able to do it in 2 years, for 2 years, well, 6 months there. If we do that, we will make it more expensive to rent in London, not less expensive. The real push here, and I accept that this chamber has made many representations to the Mayor to build more and more quickly, but that's the real answer here. We need to get more into the supply side of this equation, and rent controls do the exact opposite of it. That's why I can't support it. But I do want to say much of the push in this motion is good. It's just that rent controls take it to pieces.
Assembly Member Devonish.
Well, I can almost just say I agree with Sean Bailey because he summed up the point. You know, Sadiq was asked by Andrew Boff actually in May 2016 about rent controls, and he said, and I quote, "I have no plans to introduce rent controls nor the powers to do so." So I can actually say for once I agree with Sadiq Khan. Unfortunately, he then U-turned when Jeremy Corbyn became leader of the Labour Party, and he had to be seen to be pushing on the left. The reality is, as Sean has said, these measures do not work. In politics, if you overpromise and underdeliver to generation rent, they are going to get even more disillusioned with all of us across parties. What we need to do is make the case to government to get more money to build more homes. But Mr Khan could start by building the 116,000 that he was promised to build. He's got £5 billion, and of course he's over 20,000 short in building those. He's got to start delivering and stop over-promising to Londoners and not actually doing his job as per normal.
Assembly Member Moema, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I'm very pleased that the Greens have brought this motion and fully support its intent and the way that it is phrased. My preference is for the government to keep their promises that they made in 2019. I think we have, unlike the Conservative group here, we have a Secretary of State in Parliament who understands not just the individual issue, but the cumulative impact of all of the issues that are affecting the housing sector. So whilst I take on board your point about the possible impact of a rent control, what this looks at is a complete overhaul of the way that the private rental sector works. It's not just that in isolation, because the issue that we have here in London, it's not just a London issue, but it's most acute here, is that you have rents which are uncontrollably increasing and have no resemblance to the wages that people earn. That is not something that exists in the social housing sector. And for those people that have mortgages, it is not the case that you don't know from month to month or year to year how much you're going to be paying. The people coming out of fixed-term mortgages recently, as inflation went up, put the fear of God in people. That is what it's like to be a private renter every day. And so imagine raising a family in those circumstances. But I would also say that I agree with you that we should take a systemic approach and have an overview of what the impact of this is in London. I reiterate Sadiq's calls for a London-specific commission to look at the impacts here. And I would like to make sure that that includes landlords and also, crucially, missing from the conversation so far, lenders in the mortgage sector, because I think we really do need to look at the housing sector and the private rented sector in particular as a whole, along with tenants, to make sure everybody's rights are protected.
Assembly Member Sheikh, if you wish to sum up, contribute.
Thank you, Chair. So as you've heard, myself and Assembly Member Moema, as chairs of the Planning Regeneration Committee and the Housing Committee respectively, welcome this motion on behalf of the Labour Group and thank the Greens for bringing it. Now, not a week goes by at the moment without a friend, acquaintance or constituent telling me a horror story of the panic and the stress and the anxiety that comes from the rent increases and the deteriorating housing conditions. Whether it's channeled through the London Renters Union or Generation Rent, the voices of Londoners are increasingly united on the point that we are in a housing crisis, and the cost of living crisis has taken this well beyond breaking point. This government has failed to deliver on its 2019 pledge to ban Section 21 no-fault evictions. And that backtrack on their promise is quite frankly shameful and cowardly. The latest figures on the numbers of eviction rates are on the rise, and they show starkly how we will see an increase in homelessness this winter. So let us be very clear, therefore, that in London and the UK, that homelessness is the consequence of political choices by this government. It is always essential to put any debate in context, and let there be no mistake that the housing crisis has not come in a bubble. It is the consequence of failed housing policy after failed housing policy by Conservative governments, whether it's their planning laws that favours developers' profits over affordable housing, or cutting funding to local councils that shackles their ability to build social homes. And there was hope at the end of the tunnel, as we've heard from my colleague with the promised rental reform bill. But in the continuum of their dysfunctional governance, that bill has been delayed once again. Now, we need action and we need it urgently. And the Labour Group believes that the calls in this motion on the Mayor of London will result in positive change, whether that's pushing for devolved powers for rent freezes, or extending the right to buyback programme, or setting up his planned London Rent Commission so that he can build on the clear action plan that he has to protect Londoners from this housing crisis. But whilst we are doing all we can from City Hall...
over time.
I'll just sum up, Chair. But whilst we're doing all we can from City Hall, this government needs to finally put its clear actions laid out in this motion into plan and intervene in breaking the cycle of this housing crisis. So we hope that you vote for this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Forgotten where I am, actually. Assembly Member Berry to sum up. Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. I'm so glad we're having a debate that's solely focused on rent controls. That's great. I mean, I assume it means that Conservatives, you agree with all the other parts of it, and I think that's a good thing. You know, we've got a lot we can work on together based on the other parts of the motion, and it is a shame that you've decided to focus on that. I think we're so nearly of one voice on all of this now, and I think Assembly Member Devonish actually misdiagnoses why the Mayor made his U-turn on whether or not he was going to fight for rent controls. Because I think, to be honest, this was a product of many, many years of discussion within the London Assembly. Jeremy Corbyn becoming Labour leader actually predates Sadiq Khan becoming mayor, if you go and actually look up the facts. The change of mind that the mayor had was between when he came in and when we discussed it with him for nearly 3 years. And then 2018, he decided he was going to go and fight for that. And that was a really positive thing. One of the Assembly members who was with us while we had that debate is Tom Copley, who is now the Deputy Mayor for Housing. And this is partly why the current Mayor is now so strong in calling for these powers from government. But you're right, we need to think about exactly how we're going to put those into place in London. We're seeking the powers from government, not a mandate to do it, and the Rent Commission can very usefully be getting on with that work now, and hopefully we can continue debating and we'll convince the Conservative group as well in the end. But for now, I really hope everyone will pass this motion today and we can make this very strong statement about the emergency that we're all facing this winter and the emergency measures that need to be put in place now, which, if you look at the motion carefully, do not include immediate rent controls. They include a freeze just to help people in this emergency situation.
Thank you. I will now put the motion to the Assembly, the motion in the name of Assembly Member Berry. All those in favour, please indicate.
That is 10, 11, 12, 13 in favour, Chair.
All those against, please indicate.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 against, Chair, that's carried.
Thank you. Right. We'll now go back on the agenda. For those who are waiting for the urgent item, I'm going to put that in order at the end of the agenda. Item 5 is mayoral commitments. The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during London Assembly.
Chair, we've submitted an emergency motion.
I have just said, for those who are waiting for the emergency voting, it's coming at the end. All right.
Okay. Just think motions should come together. That's all.
The Assembly is asked to note the commitments made by the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, during the London Assembly Mayor's Question Time meetings held between August 2022 and October 2022. Can we agree that recommendation?
Agreed.
The Assembly, item 6, the Assembly is recommended to agree to use the 9th of February 2023 plenary meeting principally to hold a question and answer session on the work and policies of the London Fire Brigade and resilience matters, and under Section 61 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999, require Baroness Twycross, Deputy Mayor of Fire and Resilience, and Andy Rowe, London Fire Commissioner, to attend from 10 a.m. to answer questions for which notice will be given in due course in accordance with Section 62 of the Greater London Authority Act 1999. Can we agree that recommendation?
Sorry, can I just confirm, was the Mayor asked?
For this one, Assembly Member Hall, this is just, I think, reflects previous practice.
Yeah, but
that doesn't mean to say that that's correct. The brigade has never had anything like this ever before. At the end of the day, the Mayor is responsible. And I therefore think there are times when we need the Mayor in front of us answering questions.
Would it be useful, Assembly Member, so would it be useful to defer this item and bring it back? And can I just check, is the proposal on the table to invite the Mayor or to summons him?
Well, if we have the power to summons him, we know that that is the best answer on the basis that if we ask, he won't come.
Would it be acceptable to Assembly members if we defer this item, go away, look at it and come back to you?
Is that acceptable to Assembly members?
Just noting that we haven't had availability discussions at this stage.
Okay, so
thank you, members.
So that recommendation hasn't currently been agreed and we've deferred it. Thank you very much. The date of the next meeting of the London Assembly is scheduled to be the Mayor's Question Time meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Thursday, the 15th of December 2022, in the chamber at City Hall. Next, I move on to any other business the Chair considers urgent. We have received notification of one item which I have admitted to the agenda as urgent business in accordance with Section 100B4 of the Local Government Act 1972, namely an urgent motion. The urgent motion has been tabled and circulated to members. Under Standing Order 3.12, I now invite the proposer of the motion, Assembly Member Anne Clark, to make a statement of up to 1 minute in length as to why the Assembly should consider the urgent motion. Assembly Member Clark, please.
Thank you, Chair. I believe this motion to be urgent because the timing of this report coming out was after submissions to this session, and I just don't think this can wait until the next plenary. Thank you.
Do members agree to consider the motion in accordance with do I have to read the standing order out? Good, great, because there's lots of numbers, and I'm functionally enumerate. Does it have to be a vote or can it be acclamation?
I think there's general unanimity, Chair, so perhaps we just move to Assembly Member Clark actually moving the motion.
Right, let's move on to the motion then. So, Assembly Member Clark, please propose the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Assembly for agreeing to this urgent motion. I mean, the report is obviously horrific, and there is absolutely no doubt about that. The misogyny, racism and homophobia and discrimination across the board in the London Fire Brigade that Independent Culture Review highlights is appalling, and change is now imperative. The examples highlighted in the review are disgusting and chilling, and the toxic culture threatens to overshadow the incredible work of thousands of dedicated firefighters who keep Londoners safe. There must be major cultural shift in the brigade to rebuild public trust and to assure that firefighters and staff feel that they are safe and that they can thrive at work without fear of being intimidated or bullied. It is encouraging that the Commissioner himself commissioned the independent review and that he has agreed to take forward all of its recommendations. The FREP committee will be working hard to ensure this happens, and I am delighted that Susan Hall has agreed to second this motion, showing cross-party support for the urgency and importance of this culture change in the London Fire Brigade. We simply have to do all we can to ensure that trust in the brigade is restored, and that homophobia, racism, and misogyny is no longer accepted in the brigade. I hope all Assembly members will support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Assembly Member Hall to second.
Thank you. I echo everything you've said, and this is certainly cross-party. Those of us that have had the time to read the entire report, and it's a very long one, it's also very, very disturbing to read. There can't be anybody that isn't appalled by this. So I'm very happy that a light has been shone on this situation. Those of us that have worked with the fire brigade for a long time have recognised that there are problems within it. Lots of things have come up that have concerned us over the years. So lots of things have come up that have concerned us over the years. So I did ask Andy Rowe, who's worked for the fire brigade for 20 years, whether he had come across this sort of thing. And he admitted that he had, and he had called it out. I think it's absolutely essential going forward that firefighters themselves call out the bad behaviour. When you look at the situation there, they live in their own watches, and what goes on in there can't always be seen by others. So it is up to every single firefighter to call out this appalling behaviour. And I'm also very, very pleased that this motion mentions the Mayor, and it's funny that we've just had that conversation. It is absolutely essential that the Mayor also ensures that the recommendations are carried through. And that's why I do hope that the Mayor will come and answer questions and see how concerned we are. I know he must be concerned. I certainly know Fiona Twycross is concerned, and she will. I have every faith that she'll be looking into it. But going forward, we must make sure that all the recommendations are put in place, and that firefighters that have had to endure some of the horrific things that we've read about don't ever have to endure that again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Bakari.
Thank you. We will be supporting the motion. It really should not have taken Jaden's suicide for the Culture Review to highlight racism and misogyny in the London Fire Brigade. This will take leadership, and I have been impressed by the Commissioner, Andy Rowe, and for his determination. And I have no doubt that he will make sure that these recommendations are immediately and urgently taken up. But our role in the London Assembly is to scrutinise not only that the London Fire Brigade eradicates all forms of racism and misogyny, but that it does not filter into operations. And we have been assured by the Commissioner that it has not. But it's our job to hold him to account and make sure that all Londoners will and can trust the London Fire Brigade.
Thank you. Assembly Member Rogers.
Thank you, Chair. No one who has read this report can doubt the gravity of this situation. The findings in Nazir Afzal's report they're absolutely appalling, and the motion is right. These recommendations do need to be implemented urgency. But we really, really do, to echo Assemblymember Hall's points, we need the Mayor to step up and show active leadership in this, because the fallout will be significant and long-lasting. For example, the Commissioner's zero-tolerance approach to discriminatory behaviour is welcome and it's necessary, but there will be an impact on the fire brigade, on the fire brigade's resources, and potentially on the service to Londoners. Additionally, morale amongst those firefighters who behave properly and who are honourable servants of the city is at rock bottom. They will need to be supported. The Commissioner cannot solve this problem on his own. He will need the active support of the Mayor. So I welcome this motion, even if it's deeply sad that we need to bring it in the first place.
Assembly Member Polanski.
I'll be very brief. It's been a very long session. I just first of all want to say thank you to Assembly Member Clark for how you conducted yourself as Chair and bringing the Commissioner to almost an emergency session the other day. I thought that was really important. I was pleased to see it happen. I also just want to echo something I read in the report that I think has been less reported on, which was a white heterosexual firefighter who says it's just as important, if not more important, for those of us who are allies, who are in positions where we're not facing abuse, to speak and call this out. And I know that's the point you were just making, and I think it is important to amplify that point, that this is going to take everyone pulling together to get this culture change. Thank you.
Assembly Member Bailey.
Just to be very brief, those of us on FREP were unfortunately not surprised at the report, even though we were disgusted with its content. But I wanted to make the point, this is not just about the institution, it's about individuals. Much of the behaviour that went on, that's detailed in this report, is already against the institution's rules. But what's happening is individuals who've been defended by other individuals in the fire service to carry out these behaviours. These behaviours are long-lasting. Some people were talking about these behaviours existing since the 1980s. Again, it wasn't a surprise, but the term institutional racism, sexism, etc. is often used as a lazy term, as a defensive term, so that individuals are not pursued. And if we're going to support the firefighters, who are honourable, faithful servants of the city, we must also call out the individuals and support the Commissioner when he removes those individuals, because there will be much legal kickback to any action that he takes, and also he talked about the financial impact of that. We may well have to ask the Mayor for more money to support him to do that. Thank you.
Assembly Member Clark, bearing in mind the mood of the room, do you want to sum up?
Well, it's a hint, but some others do want to speak. Let's see.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I am so sorry. I did not see you. Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I think Assembly Member Hall and I have served for the longest on the Fire Resilience and Emergency Planning Committee, and before that on the London Fire and Emergency Planning Committee. So since 2016 I have, so it's 6.5 years, and then possibly on LFIPA for longer than me. And I know that Assembly Member Hall has taken the opportunity to visit every fire station across London, and I've regularly visit fire stations myself and have witnessed behaviours that I have found extremely difficult to be in the room. I've seen both homophobia and sexism. I've not seen overt racism. So there is much that needs to be done within the fire service. But I think if we look at other institutions, from cricket clubs to rugby clubs, I don't really want to get embroiled in what has just happened at the Palace that ended with the resignation of long-standing lady-in-waiting of Her late Majesty. And, you know, I think we have to acknowledge that this is not something that has arrived recently within the fire service. These matters reflect deep-seated problems and issues in our society. So whilst I agree that both the Deputy Mayor for Fire and the Mayor should be held accountable for the improvements, I don't think we should fall into the trap of making it sound as though these things have only started since the current Mayor became the Mayor. These are very long-standing, just as we know that there are issues that need to be addressed in the police that go back to the report into Stephen Lawrence's murder, but obviously existed before that. So I just wanted to make that point, because I think it's really important that we understand how difficult these are going to be to challenge. And I think the issue about the small teams that I think Assembly Member Hall referred to, and small teams that form their own ethos, that is a really difficult one to crack in any employment location. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Assembly Member Clark.
Yes, I'll bring it to a close. Can I just thank all Assembly members for your contributions today? It's really, I would expect nothing less than to hear united support for this and urgency for action in the fire brigade. I also just want to thank all the City Hall staff who worked over the weekend and very early hours ahead of our meeting on Tuesday, in the FRET meeting, and that was really helpful. I think it just remains to be said that the Assembly is going to do everything we can to ensure that change is made swiftly in all of our blue light services where we see it and where it's reported. And to all the firefighters and fire staff, we're here to ensure that actually that you're working in a place where you're safe and you're valued, and that you have a real career. It doesn't matter your background or your faith or your religion or gender. It's about us being the voice of Londoners, and we're here to support you. And thank you again, Chair, for taking this as an urgent item.
Thank you. All those in favour, please indicate.
I think that's unanimous, Chair.
That looks unanimous to me. That being said, the meeting of the Assembly is now complete. Thank you very much for your attendance.